Okay, we apologize for the late start. We had some technical issues, and so we are starting late, so I apologize for that. It is currently 11:48, and this is the Provo Municipal Council work meeting, and it's Tuesday. George Hanley, for those who are interested, is off on an adventure. He's in Germany for a few months. So he will be joining us by Zoom from here on out, and we're excited for him. And yeah, he's doing stuff with a sabbatical. Michael.
Heavenly Father, we thank thee so much for the opportunity that we have to gather together and to study the issues that are affecting the city of Provo. We ask thee to bless us with thy spirit, that we may be able to be attentive and inquisitive as we learn about each of the items, and that we'll be able to progress further down the path to help the citizens of Provo to have better lives. We love thee so much and ask for these things in the name of thy son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you, Michael. Michael Sanders used to be an intern, and now he is an employee here at the council, and we really appreciate his work. All right, all this is a public meeting. Only the presenters and those invited by the council may speak or ask questions, unless otherwise invited by the chair. Please wait to speak until called on by the council chair. It is proposed that we approve the following minutes: February 28th, 2023 council meeting, March 14th, 2023 work meeting, March 14th, 2023 council meeting, and March 28th, 2023 council meeting. Are there any objections or requested changes? All right, seeing no objection, I declare the minutes approved by unanimous consent. All right, on to our business. An ordinance amending the Provo City Code to prohibit issuance of administrative approvals for non-compliant properties of business. And this will be presented by Aaron Ardmore.
Okay, thank you, Council. So this proposal is coming before you. It kind of grew out of a Hillside Task Force, but I think it will be a tool that will help city staff better get properties into compliance. So currently, the purpose of this, the current code allows the city to withhold permits for properties that have been found to be in violation of city code in one way or another. And this is just amending that to also be able to withhold administrative approvals, other like site plans, sign permit, variance requests, any approval track that has to come through our department. So with this change, that will allow us to kind of hold those things as a way to get these properties into compliance. So that's what's going to be before you tonight. Do you have any questions for me?
Yeah, I was actually curious about this one. What exactly is administrative approvals? Like, give me some examples of them.
So like a conditional use permit is a good example. Somebody wants to run a business, but it's a conditional use where they're trying to go. They need to obtain a conditional use permit, but say there's issues on that property that the city's been trying to get resolved for a while. We can withhold that conditional use permit till those are resolved. And
before you couldn't.
Correct.
So someone could go start their business even if the building wasn't in compliance or had safety issues.
Right. The only thing we could withhold for those types of issues right now are building permits. So this will help us to.
Were there some examples in the city that brought this to your attention?
Yeah, the examples coming from the Hillside Task Force. So there's properties up there where there's been illegal grading and things like that, where they need to come in and get a grading permit before they could subdivide a property, for example. It would be another administrative approval as a subdivision. So that's another example of how this came to be.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Rachel Whipple.
So I just wanted to clarify, if a property is out of compliance, but the thing that they're asking for is something that could help cure that problem, this would not prohibit the city from helping them out.
Great question. Yeah, and that's we try to identify that in some of the language where
that last sentence.
Yeah, we to get resolution, you need those approvals. We'll grant those, right? If it's a way to resolve it.
Right. So like if a house doesn't have any off-street parking because it just didn't, and they're going to build a garage, then you wouldn't withhold that garage
Exactly.
permit from them.
Yep.
How do you cure the illegal grading? What do they have to do to fix that?
It depends on the case, but typically it starts with a grading permit. So getting a geo study, getting a grading permit, and if there's things that they weren't supposed to grade, taking those back to their original condition.
That's pretty hard once you cut into a slope.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, these new mics are awesome. I hope your mic was better too. I don't know. Maybe these mics were there. Okay.
Could I make a comment?
Yes, go ahead, George. Sorry, I missed you.
I just want to say that I'm fully in support of this. I think this is a really needed adjustment in our code because we've just had too many violations and not enough teeth in our code to be able to hold people accountable. So I appreciate the staff's effort in moving this forward and fully support it.
Yeah, you're right, George. Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, Aaron. All right, number 2, an ordinance approving the petition to annex approximately 106 acres of property generally located at approximately 2250 South, 950 East in the East Bay neighborhood. And just to clarify this for the counselors, because we've heard about this multiple times, this is what we used to call the Scotty dog, correct?
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
All right,
This is
Brandon Larson.
Scotty Dog. You have seen it. I think this is the second time it's been brought before you. The annexation process is such that it has multiple rounds of noticing and multiple times it comes back to you. So again, you've seen it. Planning Commission has seen it. They recommended this one 5-0. It's the inclusion of 106 acres just south of Timpanogos Golf Club. This property in the general plan has an open space designation, and that's what we bring it in as. It has along with that open space designation, general plan says you bring it in under an open space zone that come in our OSPR zone, open space parks and recreation zone. So one of the questions that was brought up last time, and I noted to you the reason why we want to bring this in is not for development's sake. It's so that the city can patrol this area a little better. I went and got a little more information on that. So I talked to Chief Deputy Devon Jensen, and he said that there's been an issue with transient population camping on the property. And so because it's unincorporated, we can't apply the city code requirements relative to camping and other applicable city code requirements in those situations. He also noted that the sheriff's office, has a pretty big area to patrol, and he would imagine this is not high on their priority list, and so it makes a lot of sense to try to bring this in into the city so that we can apply the city ordinance, city codes against it, and keep a better eye on it than it would be in the city. So if you have any other questions, I'm here to answer those.
Counselor Whipple.
Yeah, you mentioned that there's camping there right now. This is also a wetland area.
Correct.
Is there concern about flooding in this area and how that would impact the people who have been encamped there?
Yeah, I mean, it certainly is in a flood area, and so it could, as we see runoff, it could become an issue. So that might be a good reason that we patrol it better. I know the police are interested in. These are all city-owned properties, and so we want to, the city wants to protect their interests, and so we definitely don't want to have people on the property in harm's way as the runoff starts picking up here in the next month or two.
So we'll be voting on this tonight
Yes.
for the annexation.
Yeah.
After we do that, what's the timeline for then the city taking control and being able to enforce its laws and things on that property?
It's a good question. So from here, if you adopt the ordinance to bring this into the city tonight, the next thing I will do is send the plat along with the ordinance to the Lieutenant Governor's office. They have 10 days to respond. They'll send me a certification, and then I'll take that with the plat and record it, and then it will become effective at that point.
So
you're
maybe
looking
like 2 weeks.
2 to 3 weeks, I'd say.
Okay. And after that recording is done, that's when it would be part of the city officially, and we would have jurisdiction to enforce on it, not just private property owner rights.
That's my understanding, unless Mr. Jones has any other thoughts on that. I think once that plat's been recorded, it would be in our jurisdiction. So,
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right. I do need to recognize our lawyer, Brian Jones, and our director, Justin Harrison. Sorry about that. All right. Number 3, an ordinance amending the zone map classification of approximately 0.84 acres of real property, generally located at 141 East, 500 North, from residential conservation to medium density residential, and authorizing a related development agreement. And this is in the Joaquin neighborhood, presented by Aaron Ardmore.
Okay, thank you. So this, if we can go to the next slide, just to show you where we're at. Okay. There we go. Thank you. All right. So here are the properties involved with the zone change. Nothing really significant would be happening as a result of the zone change right away. This is an effort to create more of a community atmosphere for all these buildings are student housing currently. The one big change in land use would be that home on 141 East would be converted to a duplex rather than a single family home. Oh, okay. There's a site plan. As you can see, the improvements. Let me point out a few: the fire pit, grill, the basketball court, the volleyball court, improved landscaping and parking throughout the corner properties there. So staff is recommending approval on this one. It complies with the Joaquin neighborhood plan, the general plan, and we feel that the density is already kind of a medium density residential development with the buildings that are existing, and that the site improvements that are recommended to be kind of guaranteed by the planning commission and the development agreement. We have a draft development agreement with this zone change. That would be an improvement overall for the site. So if you have any questions for me, that's what will be in front of you tonight.
Questions? Counselor Whipple.
Thank you. So thank you on this. So this is in the RC zone. All of the surrounding properties on this block look like they would be consistent with a medium residential density zone.
At least, yeah.
At least.
Yeah.
And so changing this to the MDR is consistent with the current use of the rest of the block.
That's correct. Yeah. And we think it's akin to what we did as a city staff with the blocks to the north, where we just went through and zoned those to campus mixed use to be compliant with the Joaquin plan. I think this is another way of getting us closer to that vision of the Joaquin plan.
And so rather than just going and looking at these blocks and rezoning them, we like this process where the owners come to us and say, we would like to change it out of the RC into this, so that we have an opportunity to review their proposal. Is that the idea?
Yeah, that's how we typically do it. It gives us that control to make sure we're getting the right product in that zone change, rather than something that might not be appropriate for the area.
Right. And so with this one, this is intended to be kind of a transitional thing. So at some point they're going to come in and change everything in this little corner.
Yeah, long term, he did provide an apartment site plan. I'm not sure if that's in this. There it is. An apartment site plan that long term could be built. He has been very clear and blunt with he doesn't have any desire to build this project, but that's something that could be built on this corner under the MDR regulations.
So by doing this approval now, we do get this like really lovely transitional plan and these amenities, which I think is a great improvement and will be good for the people who live there. But we will not have the opportunity in the future to kind of review the apartment complex in the same way.
Right. And it's just having that comfort with, is the medium density zone the right zone for this corner? As staff, we think it is. And he's demonstrated a project that could work for the future there.
Okay, I'm completely comfortable with changing it. I understand our hesitance to change other RC ones, even though it seems like it would make sense in this block to do that as well.
Right.
But they're not asking for that.
They're not asking for that. So,
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yep.
So these RC zones are to the north of that line that's set up in the Joaquin neighborhood, though, that we don't change those RC zones, right?
the walking plan has those as development comes in. It shows that staff would support medium density on the rest of the block. But like Councilor Whipple stated, those property owners haven't come forward with any change request. So we're just waiting for that.
I love this. It makes me sad that it would become a apartment complex just because I think this is so awesome quality of life wise. But all right. Any other questions? Okay. Thanks, Erin.
Thank you.
All right. Number 4, an ordinance amending the zone map classification of approximately 0.48 acres of real property generally located at 734 South Utah Ave from heavy commercial to one family residential. This is one we don't hear often in the Provo neighborhood. And this is Erin also.
Okay, so this one, this came from staff directing the property owner to ask for a rezone. And that was because if you look at those lines, the current property lines, they aren't really in line with how the properties are being used. So when this property owner came in to clean those up and to realign the residential property lines for this 734 South Utah Ave, and to create that property line to where their backyard is kind of being used, we had an issue with a property. The plat was fine, but the property would be in between two zones. So we directed her to come in with a zone change to clean that up along with the platting. So you can see there where the future residential lot lines will be. And the zone change request is just to adjust that CM boundary and the R18 boundary to be in line with that new property line. Nothing on the properties is changing. So it's just really a cleanup zone change request. This was supported by the public, by the neighborhood as well.
Yeah, I heard this in planning commission. This was an easy one. Any questions? All right. Thanks, Erin.
Thank you.
Okay, next, a resolution to place the vacant property known as a proposed tennis court in Block A, Vivian Park Subdivision on the surplus property list. And this will be presented by Bill Pepperoni.
Chair Riddle is out ill, otherwise she would be in representing this. I'm sure you're all familiar with the Vivian Park Subdivision at the South Fork of Provo Canyon. This area right here, that is the South Fork Road right there. Parallel to that is Fairfax Drive, which is here. Most of the homes that are up in Vivian Park are on Fairfax Drive. The subject property, of course, is down here in yellow. This is a legally non-conforming subdivision in Utah County, having been platted in the early 1900s. It's non-conforming because for many years, the county hasn't allowed lots this size up Provo Canyon. The city originally purchased several lots within the development for the installation of water infrastructure. This is the last lot that the city still owns. The others have already been sold off. This lot's a little bit different in that on the original plat, it showed this as a lot for tennis courts, not as a building lot. And this lot still has an abandoned city water line underneath it. So it's encumbered in those two ways. The interested buyer lives very close to this, one lot away. He wants to use this lot for a garden and for parking. The lot was offered to the homeowners association and they declined buying it. So Mr. Reed Dixon has expressed interest, and that's who the buyer is. There was an appraisal done. The appraisal reflected the reduced value of it not being a building lot, and the appraised value is being offered, and that's what it's being purchased for. I've got a few slides I can show tonight's meeting, but since we started so late, I'll just stop there and answer any questions you may have.
That's great. Thanks, Bill. Any questions? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, a presentation regarding the proposed annual action plan funding for the 2023-24 year. And this will be presented by Melissa McNally.
Hi, thank you. Good afternoon. So I thought that I would begin by
We'd like to recognize Bill Fillmore has joined us.
So I thought that I would begin by kind of going over the annual action plan process. And we kind of went over some things last fall on the whole grant funding with our HUD funds. And just as a reminder that it starts with our consolidated plan, which is a 5-year plan. And every year of that 5-year plan, we create an action plan that speaks to what projects we're going to fund to fulfill the goals that we outlined in our consolidated plan. So we start this process in the fall. We put out a notice of funding available to interested entities, and we have a meeting that is mandatory, especially for new agencies, so they can learn about the applicable rules and some of the HUD requirements that they need to follow. Then they're invited to do a pre-application, and the administrators of the grants review those pre-applications to make sure that the proposed projects are within the scope of guidelines and within the goals that are set up in the various consolidated plans. So once those pre-applications are approved, those applicants are invited to do the larger application, that really outlines the project that they're doing and how it's going to benefit different populations. And then after those are submitted, the administrators all get together. We work with Orem City and Lehigh and Utah County. And we get together and we review those applications and score the applications. And then we form our committees, and then all of the organizations have to come and present to those committees, and they present on the projects that they're doing. And then afterwards, the committees score, and then based on the scores and the needs, the committee has to go through the funding deliberation process, because there's always more needed than money that we have available to do the funding. So the committees make those decisions and vote on them. And then the administrators put those in each of our different action plans. And that's the bulk of what I'm going to be showing you today, is the organizations that were voted to be funded and the funding amounts. So my goal today and this evening is to open the public comment period. And that just allows people to look at the annual action plan and to provide feedback on the funding decisions that have been made. And then we will come back in early June to hopefully get a final vote in that action plan to submit to HUD. So just to give you an idea of what the scoring looks like. So the administrative scoring looks like this. And we score on all these different areas. And then those scores are combined and averaged. And then when the committees score, this is what they score on the need, priority, and readiness. And they're provided with the list of our our goals and funding priorities according to the consolidated plan. And then this is just kind of the combination of both of those scores so that they can use those to make their funding decisions when they're doing their deliberations. And this is what this is our funding for this year. The really alongside the proposed award amounts you'll see is CDBG funding. So those are all of the activities we'll be doing. And then on the other side, we have our home dollars, and those are the activities we'll be doing with our home dollars. And just in case you were interested, I wanted to put up what we do as a joint committee with Orem City and Utah County when we fund, because we jointly fund the public service agencies. So when we do that funding, these are the amounts that that each of us commit to those public services. And then we have set aside, each of the organizations have a set aside for their own. So we have our set aside for organizations that provide services to Provo residents only.
Melissa, can I ask you?
Yes,
Maybe
yes.
just for the public's sake. So we've been talking in the last few months about the one-time funds as well.
Mhm.
So these are ongoing funding sources.
Yes.
This time that we're talking about.
Yes.
And when you were discussing the ARP money, the one-time funds,
Mhm.
is there overlap in the committee work that gets done for both the ongoing and the ARP, or were they separate, completely separate committees?
They are separate committees. So the ARP funding, well, it's the ARP funding committee is the same as the home committee. It's the consortium because it's countywide. So we involve that committee in both of those funding decisions.
And the timing seems close enough when you were meeting about the one-time funds, knowing that there's the ongoing funding as well. Were there discussions about, the ongoing funding, maybe complementing some of the ARP money or vice versa?
Not for the home dollars, because the home, well, with the exception of TBRA, a lot of the which is tenant-based rental assistance, which is an eligible home activity. So there are several activities that are allowed under the ARPA funding that are not allowed under the regular home funding. And the TBRA is one of those things. Supportive services could be done through CDBG dollars, but not necessarily through home dollars. So there could be a little bit of overlap, but for the most part, no.
Okay.
That answer
Thank you.
your
No,
question.
that's helpful. I just know the public is probably hearing another round of different funding sources and wondering, but this is the ongoing grant money that we receive each year. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Are there any other questions to this point?
Anyone? I think we're good.
Okay. So just to end everything, we've got a draft of the plan available on our website under development services, or you could probably, I don't know if it will work in the search bar. I did not check that. I'm sorry. So you could find the 23-24 annual action plan. There is a link on our website for that, and a spot to leave a comment, just to make it easier for people to leave comments, or they can mail something in, or they can email me directly at my email address there. And that's all I have, unless you have questions for me.
Thanks, Melissa. This has been very time intensive, and we appreciate all your attention to this and how much time has been given to public input. So thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask one quick
Yeah,
question?
do it.
Sorry.
Councilor Shipley.
So when I'm looking at the list of different entities that are participating, it just makes me curious again, and I think I've asked this before, is there any entity in Utah County that just happens to be missing, or are there groups that are saying we don't want to be part of this grant money? Because it again, to an outsider looking at the list of folks who are participating, it might look kind of hit and miss. We've got a couple of the cities in Utah County in different areas. Of course, we've got the county. But are there certain cities that are just deciding not to participate with the group that's deciding the money?
So the cities that are participating in the joint funding, is that what you're asking? So those cities are called entitlement cities. That means their populations are big enough that HUD gives them money every year. And we're the only cities in Utah County, besides Utah County as an urban county, that does that. So there are cities that participate in the urban county program with Utah County. I'm not sure how all of that works, but they do have members in the joint CDBG committee. And I think in their separate Utah County committee that participate in the committee decisions, because they're on the joint committee. There were a few mayors from other cities. Yeah.
But as far as the cities that are officially participating in the designation of funds, those are designated through something that comes from the federal government, not us deciding who's going to be on this.
Yes, exactly.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Thanks, Melissa.
Thank you.
Okay, an ordinance granting FIF Utah LLC, DBA Utah Broadband, and non-exclusive franchise to operate a telecommunications network in Provo, Utah. This will be presented by Matthew Griffiths.
Hello. I think I'm the first of 3 lawyers today, so good luck with that. This should be pretty quick. This agreement is a franchise agreement that's pretty standard, required for telecommunications networks in the city. I believe the code section that requires it is 6.24.050. And they are planning, we have representatives here, Dina and John, if you have any specific questions for them, but I think they're just planning to lay some fiber, is that right? For a high-speed internet company that they are planning to operate in the city. And this is the agreement that requires that we just kind of used our normal template here, which has been used for a while and requires them to comply with ordinances and other directions that the city has, kind of coordinated through Public Works, through the licensing, and through the streets division.
Okay, great. And you said the company's here?
They are.
Okay. All right. We do know one thing that we do care about is that, I know Rachel and I have talked about this, but that you guys keep the stuff clean that you work on. You do it nice and tidy. Don't leave stuff hanging. Don't leave divots in the road. Just thrills us when things are kept nice and clean on our, what do you call that? Our electrical utility poles and all that stuff. All right. Any other questions? Travis Hoban.
Well, I guess I'm just kind of wondering, so sometimes we pass these agreements and it's just like a continuation of an agreement that's already in place. Is this one of those, or is this a new company? And will they be doing something new? I guess I'd like to understand a little bit better what the implications are.
I believe it's a new company. Brian can correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is if the company is just trying to run the line through the city and not actually planning to operate in Provo and serve Provo customers, then we don't need this agreement. But because they are selling to Provo customers, we need a full franchise agreement. And I don't believe they've had one before. We checked with the city recorder. And so,
do you know what, Matthew, could they come and just tell us really quick what
Yeah.
they do and who
Yeah.
they are servicing and why they want to be in Provo?
Yeah, and what work they'll be doing, so that they will actually be laying lines and things like that.
Sure. Good afternoon. My name is John Hagan. I represent Utah Broadband. We have been in business since about 2001. We primarily provide internet wirelessly, but we are shifting our paradigm and delivery to a fiber optic network. So what we're asking for is permission to utilize the city's right-of-way easements and so forth to install conduit and fiber optic cables. We will do it cleanly and not make a mess. But that's the gist of what's happening. So we don't have an existing franchise agreement with the city. This is a new agreement that we're seeking.
Sorry, I'm asking way too technical questions, but when you install a line, you just like fish it through along existing lines, or how does this work?
No, we would be, I mean, obviously this would be, we would permit for every single project that we're doing, but we would install our own conduit and install our own fiber throughout the conduit.
Throughout the city?
What
No.
part of the city are you? The whole city, or what part are you
No.
targeting?
No, just small pockets as they come up as neighborhoods or HOAs request service. We would apply for a permit for that specific area and then deploy accordingly. But this is not a citywide deployment by any stretch.
Who are your customers? Like, what's your target? Do you commercial or residential?
Residential, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Here, I have a question for staff. And I don't know if it's legal that's ready to answer that, but here we go. Does the city have a standard for effectively like the placement and road repairs that are required for this kind of project?
I'm going to say yes, but I don't know exactly what, that's probably a public works question.
Yeah,
So
probably.
I don't know if we have anybody here at
Does anybody know?
the moment. Oh, okay.
Each time we permit with a city, they have standards that we have to meet in the restoration and where we're putting vaults, things like that. So we have to submit a plan description or design and all of that. So it goes through permitting processes before we can even go into areas.
Okay, I just
So-
wanted to know if there is a standard prescribed in Provo City Code that applies to every single. There is, okay, thanks.
Before you sit down, could you just state your name for the record?
Athena Riddell.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The other, Chair, McKay, the other thing I should probably mention, because Travis always loves it when I tell you don't have any discretion, but it's not that you don't have any discretion, but federal telecommunications law basically requires us to grant a franchise to anyone who comes to us requesting one, as long as they can meet our requirements and will agree to the conditions that we impose on everybody else.
Yeah, competition is good. We like that. I still don't understand. I would love to understand your market. Like what are you offering that other people don't offer, or why are you wanting to come in? Or I was curious about that, but.
Yeah. Good question. So we're a competitor to CenturyLink, Google Fiber,
Awesome.
all the other providers, right?
Get our prices down.
That's exactly the goal that we're trying to accomplish.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Yep.
All right. Are you done too? All right. Thank you so much.
I think so.
Okay, an ordinance amending Provo City Code regarding micromobility devices. And this is a citywide application by Mary Ditto. And this is another one that we have heard many times. And someday we might vote on it.
Good afternoon. Wonderful to see you all again. Thanks for inviting me back, I suppose. Okay, so I'm just going to go through this PowerPoint and then the changes that we recommend. So on the first slide, or next slide, I guess, I just showed the code. This is where it stands now, as you've seen several times. And the next slide discusses, as we've discussed previously, what was wrong with it. The definition was too narrow for what we needed. And on the next slide, it has, wait, I have this, huh? Do I? Yes. Okay. Thank you. So too narrow for what we needed. We needed a broader definition, put limitations on property owners. They could prohibit them, but they couldn't allow like specific restrictions. And then we had additional needs as a city. So in our department, as we were going through this, this code, we came across two other codes that we felt like addressed similar issues or actually kind of archaic issues. So this 915-200 drive or riding on the sidewalk was actually passed in 1937. And it's not been changed since. So it says it shall be unlawful for any person to drive self-propelled vehicles or team or lead, drive or ride any animal upon any sidewalk except across the sidewalk at established crossings. So a couple of issues with this code is that the self-propelled vehicle, we don't have a definition for in our code, neither does Utah code. However, Utah code does describe a vehicle as or like a motor vehicle as self-propelled. So you can assume that's what they were going for, but it's a little confusing when it comes to micromobility devices. And then the rest of it is actually goes back even farther than 1937. But the Utah code sections referenced in this slide 41-6A 1702 and 72-7-105 both address the needs of if anyone ever drives on the sidewalk or if someone's just happens to be driving a team of animals on the sidewalk, we could enforce under those Utah codes. So technically this section isn't needed like it was in 1937. So that's why we recommend repealing that one. The second one has to do with riding a bicycle, skateboard, roller skates on the sidewalk. And this is from 1987 is when it was last updated. So it has the first section, it has a very specific area where no one shall ride bicycle, skateboard, or rollerblades, roller skates on certain streets. And then the third section, just to skip down, because those are the two that we could include in the new proposed ordinance change. And that's just if you're coming, whenever a person's riding a bicycle upon a sidewalk, they shall yield to the right of way to any pedestrian and give an audible signal before overtaking such a pedestrian. So both of those you'll see how we recommend including them. The second section, how it gives the authority to this city traffic engineer to erect signs and prohibit the riding of bicycles. It's a repetitive need as we've discussed previously. So that is why we recommend repealing that one. So would you mind switching it to the other, the proposed ordinance? Thank you. And going to page 3 is where it starts. Thank you so much. So as we've discussed, the first section is goes through the definition and greatly broadens it. The second section was your request of including the 10 miles per hour. We did the sidewalk. I wasn't sure if you wanted it anywhere else. We thought maybe parks or trails, but both of those potentially run into problems. Like certain trails are biking trails where people can go quickly, and so that can be confusing. So we just did sidewalks, but you can let us know your intention there. Section number 3 is a holdover, just updated from the previous previous section, the 932-170. Section 4 is having to do with pedestrian, don't obstruct pedestrian lane of travel on sidewalks, and also having to do with parking those pedestrian vehicles. Number 5 is updated from bicycles to include all micromobility devices in that those riders will need to yield to pedestrians and give that audible signal before overtaking and passing them. Number 6 is the update to that property owners can essentially allow only specific devices or prohibit specific activities with micromobility devices as long as they post and give reasonable notice.
Hey,
signs.
Mary, can
Yeah.
George ask you a question?
You bet.
Go ahead, George.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I just, I had thought about this shortly after the last time we spoke about this, and I happen to be in a city in Europe right now where a lot of the sidewalks are both, I mean, they're sort of divided by bike lane and sidewalk area. And it did occur to me the last time we spoke about this, that we do have a couple of sidewalks, and it's probably very few. The only two that I can think of are the sidewalks on 9th East that are designed extra wide so that they're supposed to be for bikers and pedestrians on both sides of 9th East by BYU. And then I think the Provo Parkway or the Provo River Parkway Trail on University Avenue as it gets close to just north of 2230 north, I think is in the same category. I don't know if that matters, but I'm wondering if those, rather than adopting any sort of code that's different than the wording you have here, which I quite like, but I wonder if the city should actually stripe those if they're extra wide sidewalks, so that there's an indication that bikes should go on this side of the extra wide sidewalk. It just seems a little bit unnecessary to say that you should move out of the way, or, you know, give a verbal alert if there's a lane, but there are no lanes on those sidewalks is my point. And so it's kind of a free for all. People are walking and biking on those areas, which is not ideal. And if you don't have designated byways. So that, and I don't actually, in the case of the 9th East, I don't know if the city has direct jurisdiction over that sidewalk or if that's BYU. I know that's a little bit of a gray area, but that would be my recommendation, is that if we don't put anything into the code there, we just indicate, or we could just say in the code, if we ended up striping them, you know, bikers should follow bikers and pedestrians, like the Provo River Parkway Trail has it, as it goes up into the canyon. You know, there are signs saying bikes should be on this side, pedestrians on that side. But I don't think we do that lower down, and I don't think we do that on 9th East.
And this one was a holdover, right, from one of the older codes. So if there's any way you want to adjust it or have different wording or that kind of thing, I'm not as aware. Brian, do you know, we have jurisdiction, right, on the 9th East area? Where?
On 9th East, we do. I'm not sure about all the portions of University Avenue and where the state property is in ours. But I think generally speaking, Councilor Handley raises a good point. But for at least in the interim, I think we could probably handle this exactly how he suggested, that if the administration and I don't know, Public Works, I guess, were to stripe those, I think that probably resolves the problem. But we could also tweak language if we need to as well.
Yeah.
I know I would love something done with 9th East in that regard. Like, I watched like some 10-year-old kid yesterday at 1 mile an hour, trying, the anxiety on her face, and she should have been on the sidewalk and she was on the road, and it creates it's just a mess. I think it'd be great to either signage or something to educate people that sidewalk is purposely made wider to facilitate that.
Yeah, so that they can see that it's welcomed and that there's actually a designated place. But if it's just always the rule that the stripes indicate bikes go to the right or to the left, whatever it is, then that way, everybody stays safe. But that people tend to go quite fast down that hill on bikes because it's a hill, and they're rushing off to class or whatever, and so that's where they're most likely to get in trouble, either with pedestrians or with cars coming out of some of the egresses there.
Might be a good conversation to have in leadership meeting this week with the administrations. I think they're in a budget meeting and aren't here right now, but I think that'd be one opportunity to pass this along to them.
Yeah, let's do that, Justin. And I do think this can go on regardless. We can, and I do believe Rachel Whipple has something to say.
Yes, so there are a couple of other sidewalks that were deliberately designed to be wider as multi-use trails in the city, specifically with UDOT projects. So the north side of 300 South, and then going down South State Street on the east side. And I believe Fifth West as well. They designed those sidewalks to be extra wide because they were multi-use trails. And so maybe just as we have different street types, collectors, arterials, and things like that, we may need to designate different sidewalk types to allow for that. So we can address this. I do know that with the Third South project, they weren't able to maintain the full width that they wanted because they had to shrink it down for right-of-way considerations to get turn lanes and things like that. So it may make it a little bit more difficult to stripe where the width of the multi-use trail varies. And where we do have the striping, on the Provo River Trail is where it's under county control. And part of the problem with that is they don't maintain their paint. And so people don't really know where they're supposed to be on the trail. So there's an expectation that's inconsistent because of that.
Sure. Yeah. Well, and this, I actually, during this section, if it helps at all in the analysis, I thought about the skiing law that has recently come to light with the celebrity trail. Kind of the idea like the skier who's coming downhill is the responsibility, right, to determine, because the person below has the right of way and they're yielding to it. So I think it's somewhat the same concept, and I do think that's true when it comes to those individual trails and things and that. So if there's any language that we want to change or tweak, that's possible too. So.
Okay, Councillor Hoban.
Sorry if I missed this. How did we decide on 10 miles an hour?
By vote last meeting.
It's how fast I can run.
You can run a 6-minute mile?
When I'm highly motivated for short periods of time.
Yeah. It just seems fast to me. I know that sounds crazy, but I've been in situations where if somebody's come up behind me, you know, like I have a little kid or whatever. And if a kid turns and somebody's going 10 miles an hour by them, like, I know it's their responsibility, but you relate it to a ski hill, like ski hill, people are on a ski hill knowing that people are going to be blowing by them. When you're on a sidewalk walking, you kind of expect like, it's a slow pace. So I don't know. I guess I don't really like the 10 miles an hour, but probably just have to live with it.
Absolutely. Well, yeah. Is there anything else the other counselors want to discuss on that? I mean, as far as happy to adjust if needs be.
Just a point, if I might, it seems to me that somewhat akin to the ski slope issue about right of way, that regardless of striping, probably ought to be a general acknowledgement that the pedestrian is the one that needs protecting. That there ought to just be a presumption that the bike rider has to yield to pedestrian, even if they're ignorantly in the wrong lane.
Sure.
I wouldn't want to obviate that general presumption.
Yeah. And I do think this code, such person, so it's person riding a micromobility device, such person shall yield to the right of way of any pedestrian and give an audible signal. And unless there's a concern, we can strengthen the language somehow, but yeah.
No, I think we're okay. It's the striping discussion that led to.
Yes, sure, absolutely, because that does have specific lanes.
I think even if it's striped, there still ought to be that safety presumption for the
Yes,
pedestrian who's probably has his back to the bike rider.
right. Yeah, very true.
Okay, thanks, Mary.
Gwyneth would approve.
Yes. Yeah.
Any other questions? All right, thanks, Mary.
We have a couple more
Oh,
sections.
keep going.
Sorry. Is it mine scrolled or just go to the next page? Okay, yes, perfect. So the last 3 sections, so number 7, we've gone through before, just any rental devices has to have, we have to have a contract with the city. So the last 2 sections, I just wanted to bring your attention to, because they're somewhat repetitive. So you make the call of whether or not to include them. So number 8 talks about how it's unlawful to operate any micromobility device described in subsection 1C. So on that definition, would you mind scrolling up? Thank you for being my computer guy. So these are ones, subsection C references 1B. And Utah Code 416A102 that specifically defines certain devices. So basically, certain devices wouldn't be allowed at all on there that reach a certain speed, but it's somewhat, now that we have the speed limit, it's a little bit less of an issue. And somewhat repetitive in that way, because it does have that, but because it was included previously, I didn't want to just remove it. So you can make the call of whether or not to include 8 that's somewhat repetitive, but kind of makes it more narrow too.
Can you go back to 8, please?
Just, yeah, scrolling down to the next page. Perfect. Thank
Because
you.
that would negate 9th East and that we do want bicycles on.
Right. So
No?
in some ways it makes it more limiting. Yeah.
Let me just interrupt. It doesn't negate 9th East. What it does is, you'll remember that we talked about last time that there are certain devices, like electric bicycles in the state code for some odd reason are only defined as electric bicycles if they go under 35 miles an hour. If they go faster than that, they're not even categorized as an electric bicycle. What this provision says is that if it was a bicycle that can go faster than, I don't remember, 28 miles per hour, you can never ride it on the sidewalks, even if you're riding it at 10 miles per hour. So, and remember that this was in there before we came up with the idea of inserting a speed limit. So the question is, do you want both, or is the speed limit good enough?
Okay. Yes. Great clarification. Thank you, Brian. Yes.
Thanks, Brian.
So that's how it's somewhat repetitive that way.
Okay, Councillor Fillmore.
Yeah.
Speaking for myself, I'd go with just 10 miles per hour. I think it's, if you have a cyclist in town who's conscientious about what he can and can't do, and he looks at this, we're now forcing him to read the Utah code to figure out those different speeds for different things.
Sure.
Let's just make it simpler and easier to digest for the average biker.
Okay. Yeah.
My
Absolutely.
recommendation.
Section 9 has a similar issue. So this is the one that was in the previous code that hasn't been updated since 1987. And it said you can't ride any bicycle. So I changed it to micromobility device and in a specific area. Because we now have this sign, so our previous version or the original version, it only prohibited the library, right? And then private owners. So we put in property owners. So we can absolutely prohibit devices in certain areas if we post a sign. So similarly in this situation, it's somewhat repetitive. If we want to do that and put up a sign, like we could just choose what areas do we not want micromobility devices on sidewalks, and we could put up a sign. But if you want to keep these certain areas, no micromobility devices, we don't have to put up signs, but it also might mean people are less aware, right, without a sign. So
Question here. I'm a little concerned about a patchwork map of where you can ride and where you can't. Most people are just going to let it fly.
Sure.
You know, they're not going to check a city map, and they're probably not even going to notice some of the signs. Are we saying that any commercial property owner along University, for example, could say no micro mobility devices in front of my store?
No, because they don't own the sidewalks.
Okay. So when we talk about a property, we're talking about somebody that doesn't have a public sidewalk.
Right. We're talking about IHC wanting to ban them on their entire campus, or
I see.
BYU putting a speed limit of 5 miles an hour on their entire campus, or
That's
something like that.
Okay, thanks for the clarification.
yeah,
So what about this business here about certain areas on University and Center? Is that something that you're recommending?
We're not recommending, it's just already in the code right now.
I mean, if
So
we
the
did
question
away
is
with
whether
it,
to keep it or
everybody's
not.
under 10 miles an hour, right?
It's because those areas are designated and have historically been designated as a pedestrian mall. It's
High pedestrian
it's a
usage.
specific area designated for special pedestrian protection. And so it's been in the code for a long time. We didn't actually go back and look at this, how old this one is, but this one's been in the code already for a long time. And the question is, do you want to keep it, or do you want to leave it up to putting signs in the areas where we don't want it and just take this out?
Threshold question would be, are my eyes deceiving me that this is routinely violated as it is?
Oh, I'm sure that's true. Yes.
And I don't know how enforced it is either or what.
Not at all.
Yeah, yeah.
And so, you know, we, as a general proposition, we hate to have ordinances on the books that aren't enforced, right?
Sure. Well, Bill, do you want to make a motion?
I'm trying to sort it out in my head. I mean, we're making an assumption maybe that there is an enforcement element if we have the 10-mile-per-hour limit, right? I don't know that we're going to have police officers out there clocking scooters and pulling people over and citing them. I mean, what is the intent there with respect to enforcement?
Well, I guess that's a question for the police department and for the administration. It was the council themselves that said they would like to have a speed limit. We talked about the enforcement question last time. And I mean, I at the end of the day, we have, despite the comment a minute ago, but we don't like to have laws on the books that aren't generally enforced. All enforcement essentially comes down to either complaints or occurring in the presence of an officer. So, I mean, we have pedestrian crossing protection laws on the books as well, right? And they are enforced in the small percentage of cases where a violation occurs in front of an officer or they are actually conducting an enforcement action. So they could do that here. The idea is that having the law in the books lets them conduct enforcement when they see a violation or when somebody has an accident and gets run over or something like that. But I don't think that passing it implies that there is going to be a policeman on every street corner clocking the scooters.
That's my point. There is obviously some value to a non-enforced but precatory or admonitory kind of ordinance, that if people are aware of it or if it's posted, at least we've educated the public. It's what they ought to do. And that's better than nothing at all. I'm in favor of the 10-mile-per-hour. I just was concerned about the patchwork element. But where we've got a de facto pedestrian mall, that makes some sense. But I see scooters and bikes all the time downtown on sidewalks.
And all this is exactly why when Mary and I talked about it, we decided we didn't want to be responsible for taking it out. So we said, it's in the code right now, so we'll leave it there and call it to your attention so you can decide.
Would we be putting up some kind of new signage though? I don't know.
Well,
Is there current signage?
I don't believe there is current signage. And that's basically actually the advantage of having this section is you don't have to put up signs if you are worried about signage clutter, right? So if you leave this section in, it makes it the law that the police can enforce in situations where they decide that it's important to, that you can't do this whether there's a sign or not. If you take it out, then the administration will have to sit down and have a conversation about, do we want to continue to protect this area and do we want to put signs up to do so?
Okay, I yield to the Honorable Travis Holden.
Well, thanks. No, Bill, you're asking great questions. I think we just leave it in. I think we pass what we got in front of us, leave it in. You know, when it's the Freedom Festival and there's thousands of people walking around downtown, I think it'd be nice for an officer to be able to say, hey, no bikes allowed. If we take it out, we might lose that ability. So I think it's okay. Just leave it in and let's get it passed.
But I think there's some momentum towards kind of making it more official that downtown will be more of a pedestrian mall in the future. We seem to be moving in that direction. So by all means, keep it in.
Okay. Does that include section 8 as well that you want to keep in?
Yeah.
So keep 8 and 9.
Yep. Anybody? Yep.
Okay. Great. That is all I have. If you have any other questions.
Thanks, Mary.
Okay, thanks.
All right. A presentation regarding the 2024 budget in legal. And this will be presented by Brian Jones, the city attorney.
Thank you, Chair McKay, councilors. I noticed that we're already almost back on schedule, so I'll try not to get us off again. I think this will be fairly quick. So the first slide, let's see, I've got a clicker right here, don't I? Okay, this is not intended necessarily for you to read. This is probably more for public consumption. And You'll recognize this from previous versions of this presentation. The city attorney's office has 3 divisions. One division provides legal services to the city itself, advising the different departments. One division handles claims and litigation on behalf of the city, and the other division does criminal prosecution of misdemeanors and infractions in the justice court. So as far as the budget goes, you know, as I've mentioned before, the 2 things that we look at on our budget are the personnel budget and the operating budget. But I like to call this out every year that our operating budget is only about 5% of our overall budget. Pretty much everything is personnel. And this graph is a lot more complicated than it was the year before, and probably so complicated that it's not useful. But I got carried away with adding extra information. So the top sections, the blue and the gray, are attorney positions. Under that, we have the paralegals, and under that is the staff. I just wanted, and I put this on here because I had the data and I kind of wanted it as a historical reference to when changes were made in the office. But really what you'll see is, with the exception of the grant funding, I mean, the bottom line is this one, which I had mentioned last year as well, that in the last 28 years, we've added 2 attorneys and 1 paralegal while actually losing a half FTE in staff. And all of those changes were actually necessitated by the office taking on more responsibilities. So the risk management program was put under our office back in 2008 or 2010, and council support was added to our office back in 2011. And that's when we gained these attorney positions for the most part. So we haven't made a lot of personnel changes. And then moving just quickly right into our operating budget, this line shows from 96 to the present. The blue line shows our operating budget year to year. The orange line, the reason why I added this orange line in is in 2015, there were 2 line items added to our budget that weren't there before. And those were for software licensing and the computer bank program that adds money for us to carry over year to year to buy computers. And since those weren't in our budget prior to 2015, the orange line takes them out so that it's kind of an apples to apples comparison of what the budget looks like without those things in. And then I like to show this slide as well. This was the idea of my predecessor who actually tracked this. So this is the same 2 lines, but adjusted for inflation since 1996. So I think we've been pretty lean, and we have done a lot of digitization and tried to incorporate some technology into our office in order to try to keep the operating budget down. This particular slide, you know, one of the questions on the memo was to kind of report back. So this was actually the same exact slide that was in the presentation last year that talked about what our challenges were at the time last year. And so I talked about strains during the pandemic period, the remote work, that we had some staffing issues, that we had a lot of unknowns on the horizon, particularly around criminal prosecution. And then at the end of the day, that our main concern at the time was equipment. You'll notice that I reported last year we had 25 computers, but only 8 of which were actually within warranty, which goes into the issue that the council's put a lot of stress on with the cybersecurity issue, because as you know, the procedure here is once the machine's out of warranty, then it doesn't get patched anymore and it's not supported. So we had a plan in place, and that was to reduce the inventory, to buy a bunch of machines with saved funds. But then we had IS actually come up with a budget for us of what it would take annually to be able to stay in cycle. And I reported last year that that was $17,000 based on the IS projections. So here's where the status is as a report back on that slide. Well, we got up to full staffing and it didn't last very long. We lost 2 attorneys since last fall and a paralegal. One of them was for family reasons. One of them went to be the city attorney somewhere else. and one of them made a lateral move. But what we found is that hiring replacements was very difficult in the job market that has existed over the last year, as pretty much every other department has mentioned. So it actually took us a long time to get those positions refilled, and we've just barely gotten back up to full staffing. We also had that DV grant position that we didn't know whether it was going to continue or not. It has been extended, and I should say by DV, I mean domestic violence. So it's a federal grant for a part-time prosecutor that just works on domestic violence cases. That grant funded position has been in the office for a while. It expired in March, but it was extended until December, and there's an application in to have it renewed, hopefully. We won't know until October whether that's going to be renewed or not. And then as far as the equipment goes, we reduced the inventory from 25 to 22. We've got some further reductions planned, but we've got some with the transition from the new building to the old. We've got some workstations that we weren't expecting to maintain that we needed to maintain, and some machines that are still in warranty. But once they're out of warranty, then we won't replace them. So we reduced the number that were out of cycle to 6 and replaced 4 of those at the beginning of this fiscal year. So as of a couple months ago, we were actually only 2 behind. So now here's the slide. This is kind of the update for the year coming forward. Like I just said, we're back at full staffing now. The DV grant position, we don't know what'll happen, but we do know that we have it until 2023. The one that we're watching closely is that there's a lot of discussions happening at the state level about justice court reform. Some of those proposals actually include creating a new court that would take some of the work away from justice courts, and justice courts would be limited to essentially infractions and traffic cases. If that happened, the city would have to have some really serious discussions about whether to keep the justice court or roll it into the new court. And our office would have to have some very serious discussions about staffing levels needed to either address just the calendar in this new court or to actually man 3 courts at the same time instead of 2. So that's one of the things that we're watching closely. We're not going to know anything until next legislative session at this point, but there are a lot of discussions happening about that potentially happening. So anyway, personnel will be something to watch closely that we'll be looking at next year. As far as equipment, I think we've made a huge amount of progress. We're pretty much there, really. We've got 5 machines that are currently out of warranty, but 3 of those just expired last month. And all of them are planned to be replaced as soon as the new fiscal year starts. But the one thing that I alluded to with last year's presentation and that now has become an actual request is that in order to go forward with the plan, we need more money in the computer bank than we currently have. So since, if you go back to that slide where I talked about cutting the software and computer budget out, since the computer bank was added to our budget back in 2015, it's been static at $7,000. But like I said just a couple slides ago, IS's estimate is that for us to stay on plan, we need $17,000. So we have, in this year's budget, we have the first time in my memory actually done a supplemental request, and that supplemental request is for $10,000 to be added to the computer bank, so that we can stay on task with the computers. And I think that's actually my last slide. It is. So that is my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Councilor Fillmore.
Brian, I'm curious about the impact on your office from the fairly major change in prosecutorial philosophy in the county attorney's office. The results of the recent election and Mr. Gray now becoming the county attorney. How is that impacting you in terms of demands on your staff's time?
I don't know that it's changed very much the impacts on my staff's time. What it has, to be perhaps more vocal than I should be. What it has affected is the impact on protecting the community and serving justice within the community, in the sense that cases that before we would send to them that are police, not, and to be clear, not my office, but cases that fell into the category that the county should be the one prosecuting and that our police officers were sending to the county, that under the prior administration were often getting declined, are not now as often getting declined. So those weren't necessarily falling back to our office because they were in the category that belonged to the county. They just weren't getting prosecuted. So I think the needs of justice are being better served, but I don't know that it's had very much impact on my staff.
Let me put a sharper point on that, if I might. I heard the county attorney speak over the weekend, and I'm going to be a little bit off on the statistic, but he said last year, for January and February, county attorney's office filed, I think it was 260 something criminal actions. And this year, same time period, January and February, they filed over 800. And so you're suggesting most of that falls on the county attorney's office. But my recollection was that last year there was considerable debate, friction, whatever, between the county and the cities throughout the county about Class A misdemeanors and who's got responsibility for this or that. How was that sorted out?
Well, for the most part, that particular debate affected other cities and not Provo, because even prior to that time, Provo City had made a decision based on court schedules, based on the fact that the Class A misdemeanors are handled in the district court rather than the justice court. We used to there was a time during which we had an agreement with the court that they would reserve a specific calendar for Provo City Class A misdemeanors. It was Thursday morning historically. And so Provo City was handling Class A misdemeanors, and they were doing them during that specific time period. Actually, prior to the tension with the county attorney's office policies, there was a point at which the court decided that they were no longer going to reserve us a particular calendar, and that they were going to mix all of our Class A's into all of the other calendars, which would have had a huge impact on our staffing, because it would have basically meant we had to send attorneys to every misdemeanor calendar. So at that point, Provo City actually made the decision not to handle Class A misdemeanors anymore. And that decision was already in place before the issue that you're talking about. So that issue was having a heavy impact on other cities who were still doing Class A's. But since Provo wasn't, all of those cases had already been turned over to the county. It was just a question of whether the county was actually prosecuting them or not.
Right. Okay, so that hasn't changed under Attorney Gray?
So that issue hasn't changed, and probably wouldn't, because as I said, that was really about an issue with the court rather than an issue with the county attorney's office. So we don't anticipate any changes coming there, but what we see is that the police department is not getting declination letters back that those cases are actually being prosecuted.
But as far as the efficient use of your staff's time, we're still having city attorneys sitting on their hands waiting for their case to be called.
No, because we're not handling Class A's.
You shifted them all out.
We shipped them all out. So we're just in justice court, which is our own calendar and just applies to us.
Right.
So we don't have that issue.
Thanks.
With the possible exception of we still have some appeals of cases we handled, or orders to show cause of cases that we handled years ago that still come up. So we occasionally have to send attorneys over to district court, but it's not very often.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? All right. Thank you, Brian.
Okay, thank you.
We'd like to recognize the mayor has joined us, as well as Isaac Paxman. Okay, a presentation regarding the 2024 budget from the council office, and this will be presented by our director, Justin Harrison.
Good afternoon, council. Hopefully this will be even shorter than Brian's presentation. That's my goal. much like Mr. Jones alluded to, the council office budget is fairly personnel heavy. Approximately 83% of the council office budget goes towards personnel, so pay, benefits, et cetera, for staff and council members. Our operating budget hovers around 7%. And this year, there was a larger percentage, roughly 10% of the budget, went towards chargebacks and really carryovers from the last fiscal year for projects to be completed, specifically in the council chambers and next door in the soon to be work meeting room. One day we'll be able to use it, I promise. But wanted to touch on just a few of the accomplishments of the council in this past year. Many of these were touched on by other departments and the mayor's office in their budget presentation. But this last year really had a lot of unique milestones and projects that were dealt with by the council. Some of the big policy issues that were passed included updates to ADUs. Also, a general plan was adopted by the council, a % for the arts policy, and you all went through the redistricting process, which thankfully we don't have to look forward to for another 9 or so years. In addition, the council passed a balanced budget for FY23 and also allocated roughly $33 million in one-time ARPA funds, which went towards a number of priority projects for the council and administration. As far as infrastructure goes, some really, once in a lifetime projects were undertaken and completed in the last fiscal year, including this building that we're here in, the new City Hall and Public Safety building, as well as the new airport terminal. And then lastly, there were updates made to the neighborhood program, now the neighborhood district program. And there was a bunch of new staff hired. So really a unique year where a lot of different, probably one-time projects culminated. So there's a lot to be proud of that you all were involved in. I'll jump into supplemental requests. So in FY23, there were no supplemental requests from the council office. This year for FY24, we have submitted 2 supplemental requests. One is a recurring cost of roughly $25,000, which includes a number of public engagement and neighborhood district program enhancements. So with the change to the neighborhood district program, the decision was made this year to send out a mailing to every address in Provo to let residents know about the new neighborhood district program, what the calendar and scheduled meetings was, how they could attend. And it's really planned to do that every year. That was an unbudgeted cost in last year's budget. That was roughly $15,000. So that is part of that supplemental request. The other $10,000 of that recurring $25,000 supplemental request include $4,000 to do some enhanced neighborhood programming. So really to show some appreciation towards those 55 neighborhood district program board chair members or board members that spend a lot of time volunteering to be here at City Hall to conduct meetings, conducting meetings, but also being out in the community and finding ways that we can help them have some additional impact in their community. Some of the other dollar amounts include $2,000 for additional city council programming, really working with Rachel Breen in our office to find ways that the council can be engaged with the community in additional ways. So planning events where you all can be there in your districts, here at City Hall, et cetera, to invite the public to really engage in the legislative process and know how they can be involved with the city. Additionally, we have moved forward with putting, much like the mailing that includes the neighborhood district program calendar, in it that goes out to each resident. We're budgeting $2,000, so $500 a quarter to put that schedule as well as the council meeting schedule in the Parks and Rec quarterly magazine that goes out. Just another trying to find additional touch points where we can connect with residents and get that information in front of them. And lastly, $2,000 for additional council office, public relations, and advertising budget. So this will really go towards paid social media advertising, flyers, different community events, booths where we can get the council engaged and involved in the community and in front of all your constituents and let them know how they can interact with you. The second supplemental request is a one-time ask. This was something that came up in the council's budget priorities meeting in early January. There was a discussion regarding bringing on a communications consultant as a one-time cost. I wanted to kind of open that up and see what the feeling is from the council to see if that is something that you all are still interested in.
Do we have a estimate on what that price would be?
So without an RFP, we have not had any pricing. That one-time supplemental was submitted for $25,000 as well. We'll see what that RFP comes back. I think that's a good starting point, depending on the depth and breadth that the council wants to take on what that communications consultant would look into.
Councilor Ellsworth.
Yeah, I just want to voice my support for the communications consultant. I think I've had this up for the last 3.5 years that the council could communicate more directly with citizens and find how citizens want to be engaged, how they want to receive information, and better help them understand where decisions are made, what decisions the council makes, how this body can hopefully improve their lives and get them engaged in attending these meetings and communicating with us and allowing us to do our jobs by solving problems for them and being transparent. So a consultant could help our staff create a strategy that would enable that going forward.
Thank you, Shannon. Anyone else? Councilor Whipple.
I agree that it would be useful, just because when we were campaigning, there were so many people who were like, well, what does the city council even do? Like they just don't know. So I think that would be great. And I really appreciate the work that I've seen done since we've hired Rachel and all these other things. There's been more outreach, and the more we are out there for our community, the better we're able to do our job to be responsive to them. So I think it's good public service.
I respect the fact that our staff thinks it would be helpful, and a one-time cost to set a pattern and a roadmap, so to speak, for years to come, I think would be a huge benefit. Anyone else? Councilor Fillmore.
I was just going to suggest we might want to give us some thought to engaging one of the public administration classes at BYU to make this a subject for study and recommendations, maybe in addition to or as a preliminary to the consultant hiring.
Great.
Shannon.
Yeah, so I love the idea of engaging one of the MPA classes, but I think they'd be a really cool fit for evaluating the neighborhood district program in, I don't know what 3 months or 4 months, whatever that time frame is. I think that they would really provide some interesting detail into this new program and if it's meeting the measures that we've outlined for it.
Anyone else? So do we need a motion on this, Justin?
No, I think I've got sufficient direction. The supplemental request has been submitted. We'll see what comes back in the tentative budget. I just wanted to bring the topic up again for discussion and see where the council is still at. So I think we're okay.
Thank you.
So the next slide, these are the performance measures that were part of the FY23 budget. They're part of the budget book. the council asked that each of the departments that came and made their budget presentations reviewed these budget measure or these performance measures to see if they were appropriate, if there was a need for change, and really wanted to see what the council's thoughts were on these. These are performance measures for the council. We've got some internal performance measures that we're developing in the office, more specific to more administrative or internal things, but really these are public facing. And upon my review, they felt a little vague. Honestly, yes, no performance measures don't really help you measure anything. I think the topics were appropriate. And so I've made some slight adjustments, but really wanted to see what the council input was. These are just some draft FY2024 measures. They change slightly, but really give a numeric indicator that can be measured year over year to see if we are performing and doing all the things that we should or want to be doing.
I have a comment here. I think these are they're a good place to start, but I kind of wonder if the metrics for the council office should be metrics for the council office staff, right? Because I don't know if the council office staff actually has control over the increasing the number of budgeted sworn officer FTEs, right? I wonder if there's and that could change if there's a new council next year, right? So I wonder if it should just be reshaped a little bit to support or to enable the council staff to have control over their performance.
Sure. No, I appreciate that feedback, because that was one question I really had. Their performance measures that were listed under the council office, but they seemed more council performance measures as opposed to council office. And those we've been looking at internally and are working to develop those. Those include things like attendance and engagement in community meetings. So what type of engagement are we getting based off of social media posts? What kind of open rates are we getting on the emails that we send out to community members? How many days are we taking from council members submitting requests through the council issue tracker to bringing them to a council work meeting? Things like that council staff can work on. So happy to either supplement these, or if you feel it's more appropriate, just having them council office specific as opposed to more council centric measures. Would love feedback and happy to make those adjustments or changes.
Any other questions or statements? Okay.
All right. And really lastly, wanted to touch on the council's preliminary budget priorities that were discussed again in January. We've had quite a few budget presentations from departments that have really addressed a number of these priorities, and wanted to go through each of them, get some feedback from the council, and kind of give any updates that might be appropriate. So long-term plans, including conservation resiliency, canyons and foothills, canyon hillsides, river and lake shore, and the gateways plans. Those are all currently in motion and continue to be worked on by development services. The Provo specific housing audit and study, this was brought up at a council work meeting a few months back. And really the direction was council staff would continue working with the administration and with GIS, and we continue to do that to develop some appropriate metrics or measures that would allow the council to really see, as zoning items come forward, what information would be most appropriate that you would all like to see. So that continues to be worked on. The 5-year staffing plan for police and fire, finance is working on that plan along with those public safety departments. And so we will see that forthcoming. Again, IS and cybersecurity enhancements were a priority for the council, and we've heard about the different supplemental requests in each of those categories. Employee retention was addressed by HR, as well as a number of departments that have given their budget presentations.
Counselor Shipley has a question.
Sorry, just to interrupt real quick on the 5-year public safety staffing plan. It occurs to me that if we're going to do truth and taxation again this year, and our commitment was that we would consider truth and taxation regularly on behalf of public safety and trying to increase public safety. It just seems like something that it's been in the works for a long time. We've had staffing changes, and things like that within public safety, and that makes sense. But I think before truth and taxation, it would be really helpful to have a clearer vision or idea of what our staffing plan is, and integrating the airport and airport needs as well. Thanks.
No, thank you for that. And we've continued to work with finance on that. They're working with those departments, and we anticipate them bringing forward a presentation to talk about that post tentative budget. So after the next council meeting on May 2nd. City debt reduction was also a priority of the council that was reviewed by finance. Dan Follett gave a presentation and has had a number of meetings with council members and council staff. And the feeling really was that city debt is in a good place. Please chime in, specifically Councilman Shipley, if you have any other input there. But
well, yeah, of course. No, I think I mentioned this when he gave his presentation. I think the debt is in a very good place. I'm really pleased that we can work together like that and have transparency and have public meetings where the public is able to hear about that as well. I think there's a lot of misunderstandings in the public about, the city debt and how much debt we've assumed, over the last few years specifically. I get that comment quite a bit. There is a sliver of debt among all the debt that we have that has a rate that's based on prime or LIBOR instead of just a fixed rate. And one of the things that I encouraged Dan and in that meeting to consider is if it's only about $1.5 million or somewhere between $1.5 million and $3 million, that has a rising interest rate on it and everything else is fixed. Whatever we can do over the coming debt budget cycle, 2 budget cycles to try to eliminate that with rising interest rates would be, I think, in the city's best interest.
Perfect. Thank you. Additionally, the Provo app was brought up, and we've had some conversations about this with the context of city website, which is on the mayor's now Big Six. So another priority of the council. Just to give some context on the implementation of Rock Canyon Master Plan. So this is partially, if not close to fully funded. The FY2024 CIP budget has roughly $3 million allocated to this project, another $2 million from Utah County. And then there's an outside fundraising campaign looking to raise roughly $500,000 that the city is willing to match to complete kind of that delta to complete the Rock Canyon project. Slate Canyon is a little longer term. If you reference the CIP budget, FY2024 has roughly $300,000 in planning and construction document money planned that is coming from impact fees for the planning of that park. And then over the next number of fiscal years, there's roughly $3.5 million planned for that park that will come from impact fees. Rough estimates for the anticipated total of that park are between $8 and $10 million, depending on really what that plan looks like. In speaking with parks, that's a rough estimate. They want to see, what the council priorities are, what the neighborhood wants to see in that park, and that's going to determine what a final budget is. But they are looking for additional funds and outside funding opportunities and grant monies to complete that park in the next number of fiscal years as well. So those are more longer term projects. Parks also gave an update on the Peaks Ice Arena and Field House, which was a council priority. So roughly $6 million has been allocated from the state and will be coming in increments for upgrades, refurbishment, and Olympic readiness. So this is really to make enhancements to what will be part of using the facility once again, should an Olympic bid be successful. Outside of that money for those refurbishments, the kind of draft rendering that they shared at the last council work meeting of an expanded field house and ice ribbon would cost roughly $6 to $8 million. So that is additional funding that they would be looking for. However, depending on how that funding comes in would really determine on how quickly that would happen. Let's see. Sidewalk repair and replacement was another priority of the council's, and continues to be. Each budget cycle, there's roughly $500,000 that is budgeted in the BNC Road CIP for sidewalk replacement. From speaking with Public Works and going back to our priorities meeting in January, there's roughly $5.5 to $6 million in sidewalk repair that needs to happen in the city, and an additional $10 million for ADA ramps. So there's quite a gap in funding and what is needed, and that doesn't include what would be needed to complete sidewalks where there aren't currently sidewalks in the city. And so there are a number of sidewalk projects that are in the CIP budget. However, they are currently unfunded. However, there were also a number of CDBG projects that were brought forward by Public Works that were in the draft plan that you saw earlier today from Melissa McNally, that would include funding for sidewalk projects. Traffic calming was another priority on the list. This was specific to Slate Canyon road improvements. So this is also on the CIP, the 5-year CIP plan. However, it is currently unfunded. Center Street improvements were also on the council's priority list, and in this upcoming fiscal year, the CIP calls for $250,000 for what's referred to as Center Street Phase 1 improvements in the engineering CIP. There are additional other projects that could happen that is not the fully planned or all of the options that were laid out for Center Street. So that's that would be an additional cost should the council choose to try to find additional funds for Center Street. Southeast Grocery Store was also on the council's priority list, and this is really dependent on the private sector and trying to bring in a grocer who can make that project pencil. That's not to say that the city can't do certain things to incentivize that. I mean, if that was what was really wanted, I guess you could build the building and I'm sure someone would come, but it really just depends. It's finding that balance. It's the same that's going on the west side and trying to find a grocer there. So it's something that remains top of mind for economic development as I've touched base with them. And then lastly, preserving open space and identifying potential conservation easements. So this has been mentioned by Development Services that these strategies will be part of many of those long-term plans that they are developing. I guess the real question that I have for the council is are you looking for funds specifically to be set aside to purchase property for open space? That's something that wasn't addressed. So I know that was a little long-winded. I've kind of gone through a couple of or taken off a number of those priorities that were on the list to show priorities that are either currently being worked on or that have partial funding, and have left just a list of what is yet to be funded or addressed. And we'll see where those fall in the tentative budget that is presented on May 2nd. But would really just like any feedback or commentary that the council has on any of those priorities, and I'll bring them all back up.
Any comments or questions? Counselor Shipley.
Sorry, did I interrupt somebody?
I was trying to raise my hand, but I'm not sure Catrice can see it.
Yeah, we'll hit you next.
Okay.
So just a quick comment. I know that we had talked about, and we've talked about the disaster recovery fund quite a few times. I'm about to retire from the council after this year, so I just want to bring it up whenever I get a chance. This year with the flooding risks that we have, it's been top of mind for me, thinking through, the preventative measures that we can fund in part through that fund, but also the response that can be funded through a fund like that, and especially a fund that could create some endowment funding, like I've talked about in the past, some income that it can kick off for ongoing measures on an ongoing basis. The only way we get to a critical mass in that fund, though, as far as the funding, is to keep it going for a few more years, even after I'm gone. And it's my expectation or hope for the council that we don't have to address it every 6 months, that it's something that the administration understands over the next, few years, that every carryover season, we're going to take 10%, we're going to put it in. And every budget season, we're going to take 10% of our net income as a city and put it in as a down payment for the future there. So anyway, it's a priority for me specifically. I know it's not, it's something we've talked about as a council. It's something we've agreed upon in the past, pieces at a time. But I'm anxious not to have the conversation and rehash it every 6 months. I'd just like it to be funded and created and be an ongoing living thing that can help our city in the future.
Counselor Hanley.
So this is with regard to Justin's question about the open space. To follow up on that as well, I think I was the one who brought that up initially, and I wasn't really sure what that would look like or how it would work exactly. I just felt some nervousness about properties that have come up or been vulnerable for one reason or another. If we think back to the Rock Canyon, and there were 2 properties that needed to be purchased to protect Rock Canyon. There was the Slate Canyon property that came open, and in 2 weeks' time, there's a pretty significant property in the Northeast that's going to be auctioned. And the problem with our current lack of funding for something like this is we have to be very nimble sometimes to be able to respond to situations that emerge, where if we had some seed money that we could offer toward a purchase, where we might then be able to enter into a private public partnership with donors or nonprofits who might want to assist in conserving some land. I guess I'm now a little more clear in my head about the fact that we do need it, in part because this land is coming up for auction and we're not even going to have the time to respond to be able to appropriate some funds or whatnot. But if we had a fund, and maybe it doesn't even have to be a very large amount of money, and we could build it over some time, but if it was, a few $100,000 that we built up, maybe $500,000 that we could have at our disposal to put towards some properties, I think it could be very useful. I don't know how that complicates our budget picture overall, but it is something that I'm a little more convinced that we need than I was. But I think I have a clear sense that it probably doesn't, need to be. I think I was a little intimidated by the idea that we'd had to have, 20 or $30 million in there to, secure land that we wanted. But even if we had $500,000 or $1 million that we built up as a kind of, rainy day fund for purchasing a property, I think it could be very useful for the city. So I'm still open to having that in our plan. I just don't know how the rest of the council feels about that.
Counselor Whipple.
Yeah, I have two thoughts on this. So one is, I think I recall in some of our discussions about our rainy day fund that we might temporarily use some of those funds for quick opportunities that come up and then replenish it afterwards. And especially if some of those opportunities would end up like an investment that could increase, I don't think conservation easements would. I'm also wondering if maybe we could look at the sale of surplus properties. I don't know where those funds go into the general budget or things like that, but maybe considering, our land holdings that we have right now, that logically makes sense to go into a fund, because there are many reasons that we would want to purchase property or easements or, beyond just conservation. So maybe it would be easier to do a fund like that if it's more multi-purpose. I don't know, George, if that would dilute your vision too much.
No, I like that. And I appreciate the reminder about the rainy day fund, because I think we did kind of talk about that a little bit as well. I don't think it needs to be something that is only for that one purpose. It's just, because there may be other scenarios that where we just need some of that nimbleness, but maybe the rainy day fund is enough for it. I don't know. I sort of thought, however, that I don't think by statute or anything, but that the rainy day fund was for emergency costs related to natural disasters rather than for, so I don't know if that ends up violating the principle of that particular fund.
Ryan?
What was the specific question?
Do you know if the rainy day fund is by statute required just for natural disaster type thing, or if it could be used?
Well, and I guess that's what I was confused is I think we use the rainy day fund in different terms. That's why I wanted to understand the question, because sometimes we refer just to general fund balance as the rainy day fund. But if we're talking about what Councilor Shipley was talking about a minute ago about the specific disaster fund, yes, it's supposed to be used just for either disaster prevention and training or disaster mitigation.
Great, thank you. Do we have another fund?
Well, I'm not aware of a savings fund besides just the general fund balance.
Right. John Borgett's going to give us his answer.
So I would be in agreement with Brian. I would say that one of the reasons that we have fund balance is for emergencies, but also for key opportunities to purchase property or other types of unforeseen events. And not only do we try to keep a healthy general fund balance, but we also try to keep fund balance in our enterprise funds and other funds so that they have the same opportunities. And so the other thing I was thinking is that most of the time when a property opportunity comes up, you have an opportunity to put some earnest money down. And I know that Tara runs into this all the time as she acquires property. And so I would think that the council would have an opportunity to come back and do an appropriation out of fund balance and still capitalize on that opportunity. And we could definitely find the funding in advance for the earnest money so that we wouldn't lose out. So those are my thoughts.
Thanks, John. Councilor Whipple.
So is the biggest problem being able to act quickly in one of these situations to get direction from the council or the administration to do this, to make the earnest money payment, knowing that there would then be an appropriation? Like it doesn't seem like we have anybody just poised to act and hop on this.
Well, I think from an administrative standpoint, that's a big part of what Tara Riddle does, working with administration as we look at opportunities. But if the council were to see an opportunity that they were interested in, I think that could be coordinated through Tara. We could do an earnest money agreement, which is usually like $5,000 or something, and then bring it back to the council for an appropriation. That's
Okay.
my thought. And we do have healthy fund balance. You know, we are almost at 35%. I think it was like 33% this past year in the general fund. And then we've also got some good fund balances in other funds. And so my recommendation would be not to create a new fund and set aside additional money for this type of an event. It would be to just to use fund balance to take advantage of these opportunities if they come up.
Thank you.
Thanks, John.
That's great.
Anyone else?
Are we just talking about this slide in general, like different council?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Yeah, so I very much support updates to the Peaks Ice Arena and the Field House. I'm one of the people that brought that forward. I'm not supportive of the ice ribbon. I kind of think that's too much, and I'm ready to support if the Olympic bid is, selected and successful here in Utah, that some necessary updates and expansions would be made. One of my concerns about this asset and kind of a handful of different items on the list is just Provo's willingness to complete commitments, right? To offer the best possible operations and maintenance and not go beyond the commitments that we've made, making new and more commitments, but finishing the projects that have been started and serving the citizens with great operations and maintenance in the facilities that we have. So I think us being moderate across the board and focusing on needs before wants is really critical as we're evaluating some of these.
Anyone else? Okay, thanks so much, Justin.
Thank you.
Okay, a presentation regarding the 2024 budget of the library. And we got a lot of library people in here, I can tell. Suddenly we have a good audience.
I brought my posse.
Yeah, you did.
I would just like to
sorry, this is
recognize-
presented by Carla Gordon, and she's our new library director this year. Or was
Thank
it last year?
This in August.
Okay.
So it's been
Yeah,
less than a
so it's
year.
been not even a year yet.
Nope, not yet. I just want to recognize that we have members of our library board here. Our chair, Karen Salmon, Megan Pechtel, Cindy Gagan, Jenny Spadafora. I think that's it. But they're here to support because this is my first time and it's a first time for a few things in a long time. So let's go ahead and start. I just want to talk first about kind of what the library's been up to. These are just a few numbers that talk about how busy we are. We are very busy. We have almost 61,000 accounts. That doesn't include children. So we have lots of little kids with cards, but these would be household accounts. And we feel pretty good about that, though we continue to try to get more and more cards into citizens' hands. But there's a lot of cards out there already. Our circulation numbers are 1.6 million, which is also really healthy. You'll see that little pie chart showing that about a third of that is digital checkout. So Libby, if you're checking things out on audio or ebooks through Libby, you're contributing to that number, and that number has been pretty consistent for the last little bit, which has been great. We still have 250,000 items in the house. So that's physical items that we own and that we circulate. Computers that we have in use, there's 36,000 uses last year, which is about 120 people coming in every day using our computers to fill out applications, check Facebook, do whatever it is they need to do on the computers. And that doesn't include all of the people coming in with their own devices using our Wi-Fi, which is very busy as well. Hopefully you've seen our outreach van. We love it. It's allowed us to do a lot of things, and I'll talk a little bit more about what it's let us do. But in the last year, we've already been out 250 different places, and we will see that continue to grow as we find new ways to use that van and new ways to get out into the community. Then those last two boxes are just all of our programming, which continues to be really strong. We have a lot of people coming into the library, and we're doing a lot of fun things. Specifically, this last year, these are some things. We onboarded a new library director. Just wanted to publicly say thank you to all the many supporters that I have. I felt really supported as I've taken this on. It's kind of been a 23-year onboarding, so I feel pretty comfortable, but it's also been really great just to have so much support from people around me for all the decisions that are being made. One of the first things I did coming on was we went through and did a part-time salary review, comparing our part-time salaries. The administration, the finance department does a really good job, HR, looking at our full-time salaries, and those keep up, but our part-time salaries were falling behind. People don't want to put books away for $9 an hour. So we had to look at it and kind of adjust, looking at other libraries in the county and adjusting a little bit. Most of our part-time employees got a $1 to $2 raise to bring that up so that we were keeping our part-time employees and keeping the library running. Outreach services, again, our van has allowed us to do some really exciting things. We had 77 visits to preschool last year. We visited 87 times. We visited 8 different assisted living centers. So really trying to get out to those people that can't come to us. Those preschools, those are kids that don't have parents that can bring them in during the day, or they're busy during the day. So they aren't seeing the library. We hear of our outreach librarians are in our social media, and moms showing their kids social media posts with our librarians, and the kids just getting so excited because that's our library friend that comes to my school. And that's the kind of interactions that we really, really want. We've been to farmers markets. We were in the Freedom Pre-Parade, which was fun. We're getting out and just doing more and more things. And we have more plans for this summer to get out into the community and do some community stops as well. We've added some new programs, Quintitos, which is book babies in Spanish. We've added some additional programming in Spanish, some movie nights, crafts, and story times. We're adding more and more, we call them on-demand programs, but it's important to us that people always have something to do at the library, that they can have an experience here. And we know that not everybody can come just when we have something to offer. And so these are things that just anytime you come to the library, there is a craft to do. You can schedule one of our escape rooms. We just added a new one. And the virtual reality experience has been really fun too. We have a couple pairs of Oculus headsets that you can reserve and come and use for a couple hours with your group. We've had 139 of those sessions so far. So really trying to make sure that people have access to technology as well that they might not have in their homes. Some teenagers are very excited for our new Tween Minecraft Club. We've been doing interactive movies. We're just always looking for ways to get people into the library, get excited about the opportunities that are there. We've also been really excited that our rental space, our ballroom, is back to pre-2020 revenues. So that's really awesome. People are back to having big parties, which we love. It's been interesting. Our revenues are back up because our ballroom is really, really busy. Our smaller or medium-sized rooms aren't quite as busy. We think some of those meetings have just gone online. But they are coming up. We're doing more and more of those as well. But the revenue is all back because our ballroom is so busy. And then finally, for the first time, we did an annual report that we distributed to our cardholders in September. And that's something that we wanted to do to just improve transparency and make sure patrons and people in the community know what it is we are working on, what we're doing, and where their money is going. So we were busy last year, but we've had fun too. But now we go talk about money. So revenues, most of our money comes through property taxes. As you probably know, we are not part of the general fund, so there's money set aside through property taxes just for us. Most of that is just that property tax. There's a few other little chunks that come from vehicle taxes or past year tax redemption stuff. We have a little bit that comes in through fees and fines, our rentals, obviously, from the ballroom and those rooms. We sell a few used books, and we have some interest income coming in because of our ending fund balance. There's some income that comes in there as well. Over time, I broke out the two because the property taxes is so much more, but you'll see that it's not going up by leaps and bounds. It's kind of the last few years, it's stayed pretty steady. The other revenues, again, also fairly steady. You might notice that the fees line is the orange line or yellow line kind of in the middle. It did go down in 2020. We stopped charging fees for children's materials. We wanted to make sure we were eliminating barriers. Too many moms check out 30 books. They're a couple days late, and it's $20 worth of fines like right away. And we just felt like it was a barrier that we didn't want, that we wanted people to be able to come in and use. We just want our stuff back. And so we've made renewals a little bit easier. And it's about $80,000 we've lost in fees that won't be coming back, but we feel really good about it because we know that we're having more people coming in and feeling more comfortable checking things out because that's what they're there for. We want them in people's homes. We want them using them. Expenses, like most departments, a large part of our expenses is salaries, but we do have chunks coming out for other things as well. Our building is beautiful. It's becoming more and more expensive. Technology, we're always trying to update our computers and make sure we have the things necessary for people to use the library and the tools that they need. Our collection, we spend about 9% on that. Miscellaneous would be our supplies and trainings and all of those kind of miscellaneous costs that come up. About 1% is done on actual programming, and then overhead would be the money that goes back to the city to pay for our use of legal, HR, finance for those departments. So looking at the expenses and revenues together over the last few years, the top line is our expenses and the bottom line, unfortunately, is our revenues. So you can see for a long time we have been running in a deficit. So it looks like it's about $1 million deficit. It's usually not that bad. It's a lot of it's because some of the budget is set aside for building things that could happen and we just don't usually have to use them. So we roll it over for the next year. This next slide kind of shows why we're able to do that. And that's because we have had an ending fund balance that's been really healthy. My understanding of the history of it is that when we moved to the new building, they raised our mill levy up to the full 0.1%, and they were bringing in more money than we needed. And so any excess went into this ending fund balance. And at one point it was over 5 million. So when those expenses and revenues started crossing and going the opposite direction, we've just been dipping into that ending fund balance over time, usually between $100,000 and $300,000 to $400,000 a year is usually where it's been about. And you can see that the solid line comes down, and that's where we are now, and then finance projected for me kind of where we're headed if something doesn't change, obviously. Looking at where we're at now, we're at just below 3 million. Meeting with the library board and city administration, we and with library administration, I'll kind of feel like we want to keep that balance fairly healthy at 50% of our budget, which would be 2.5 million. So we still have some wiggle room there. We want to keep that. We aren't part of the general fund. So if something happens, we want to make sure that we are able to take care of ourselves, that we have a savings account available to take care of if something happened to the building or if our revenue was interrupted for any reason. So that's where that's at. As far as where our revenues have been, so the property tax revenue, the rate that we were approved at is 0.1%, and it was there in 1999, I believe. And so we have not asked for an increase in that in 23 years. But you can see that the percentage rate has been slipping more and more every year. So currently we're at 38% of that 0.1% that we are approved at. Looking at what that means for the household, which is the important thing. So right now for a household, for a home valuing $400,000, the household is paying $83.60 to the library to keep us running. At that full 0.1%, it would be $220, which that's, if you look at the previous slide, that's like we would be bringing in $9 million, which we definitely do not need. But we do need to try to start bringing those revenues and expenses closer together. So for every $100,000 increased revenue to the library, the household impact would be about $2.26. And what we would like to do is to request to be part of the truth in taxation and bring that for the next 5 years, increase our revenues by $100,000 a year. So making that same request every year. And then after that, evaluate where we're at. So that is my presentation. That is our request.
Have you guys figured out what percentage that would be to meet those goals?
You mean I'm at like 38%, like where I tried to do that math and it's like 1%. Okay. If I was doing the math correctly, but I would ask finance to check on that number.
Okay, thank you. Well, the library is a gem. And we're so grateful that we have it in Provo. Any questions?
I did forget to mention that Counselor Ellsworth is on our board as well. So she's
Yes,
brand
she
new.
is.
And I claim Counselor Shipley because he was on for
Forever. We will do. All right. No questions? All right. Well, thank you so much.
Okay.
Now we'll listen to a presentation on the 2024 budget of energy.
Sorry, before we get to that, can I just ask logistically, do we do truth and taxation separate for the library than we do for anything else, or can we do them? Can we hold hearings, truth and taxation for both the library levy rate and the
It'd be a combined
City.
hearing. So it'd either be, if you were doing both, you could just do it in one hearing, or if you were only doing one of the two, then your hearing would be on whatever that was. But if you were doing both, it'd be the same hearing.
Does the library one also postpone the general budget, or is it just the general one that postpones the budget?
My understanding, and I welcome comments from Director Borgett if he thinks differently, but my understanding is that if you were to intend to hold a truth and taxation hearing on any certified rate that you approve, it would postpone the entire budget until after those hearings were done.
Okay, thank you.
All right. We will now hear from Travis Ball. And I see that you do not have any candy this year, Travis.
I didn't this year. Next year, I'll bring candy. I have graphs on here that we'll talk about. I figured I can't do it every year. You'll start looking like me if you do that. Anyway, I want to say I appreciate this opportunity, Council, for letting me present this budget. I also appreciate staff because really this budget is put together by staff. So in the back, you'll see Scott Bunker, Charlie Little, and Kat Linford, and Tad couldn't make it, but they are really the managers that have a lot of input here. I also have two members of the energy board here. I appreciate them. Ned Hill was a past chair, and I've got Gary Winterton, who is our current chair. And I would just like to turn a little bit time over to Gary for a recommendation, and I'll start the presentation.
I have to mention that I guess I won't speak for everyone, that you involve some committee members every year to give a overview. Thank you, Gary.
Thank you. And I'd like to acknowledge those committee members. We have a great committee. Ned Hill, as Travis mentioned, Cheryl Taylor, Julie Radel, Julie Rash, Carolyn Jardine, and Aaron Hernandez. And I think that they're a great committee. They're knowledgeable, and they also work hard and study hard. And so I'm grateful for them that I can be associated with them. It makes me happy every time I walk in this building. I just want to smile. And I'm grateful that I can be here with you today, here in this special building. I'm grateful for the time that you put in. I know that we had the opportunity to go over the Energy Board budget very carefully, and you work so hard to do it with every department and every place. And a lot of people don't realize how much work and effort it takes. I kind of have an idea, and I'm grateful for the work that you do. We had the opportunity to go down to the UMPA conference, and it was really a great experience. We learned a lot, and I'll let Travis tell you about the recommendation that our board has approved unanimously. We took a vote and we all supported this recommendation that Travis will present. But some of the reasons that we agreed with this is UMPA is seeing their costs for energy increasing. They think that they need to raise their rate 6%. And that's a challenge. And we look at the future of what they're doing and what they have done. One of the great things is that they have done so much good, and they see that there needs to be changes. Our coal is going away, and they're looking for opportunities to replace that. They did that with solar farms. They did that with an energy plant and a natural gas energy plant in Salt Lake. They're actually doing things to look to the future, and things in the future are going to cost more than they did in the past. And so they're looking to prepare themselves for that. we look at where we're going with those opportunities. Provo is 60% of UMPA. And when they go out to purchase something or to do something, if they need to do any bonding, they're looking at their largest member as strength. We're 60%, and they're going to look to us. And right now, we as an energy department don't quite have the reserves that we wish that we had for several reasons. And I think that those reasons are well validated and very reasonable. I'm grateful for where we are at right now. But there are opportunities that we have that we need to just make sure that we're ready. I don't know if we could get a AAA bond again right now at this particular moment. We're working to achieve that again. And this recommendation will keep us going in that direction. We're looking at just the future and the things that we're not looking to be the cheapest energy in our area. We're very low. We do a good job. These guys are amazing. Travis is just spectacular. And I look at Scott and Kat and Charlie back here. What a great team they've got there that they're working. I'm so grateful to be able to be around them. And they're doing amazing things. And we are very low. But our goal is to be reliable and to be safe and to do it the right way. We could be lower. We didn't raise rates for 22 years. Wasn't it 22 years? And it's probably, I don't know how fiscally responsible that was. We want to be responsible to the point that we can do the things that we need to do. I'll turn it over to Travis to go through the details and give you the recommendation, but please recognize that this was a unanimous decision by our Energy Board.
Thank you so much, Gary.
Thanks,
Travis
Gary.
Ball.
I also want to recognize Councillor Ellsworth, who also sits on our board, and appreciate her work. So I'm going to go through this. You saw the BHAG. We want to be the most reliable in the country, and that's what we work on. So as I go through this agenda, I'm going to skip through because we're a little bit after time. So I'm going to skip through the slides pretty quick, but they're in there that you can look at. And if you have questions, let me know. We worked hard on doing a strategic plan, and we looked at trying to have a strategic plan that focused on reliability, sustainability, safety, and doing the work for the employees, and really empowering Provo, but fitting into the mayor's plans also. The one thing that we do is we keep track of our indices, and we report to the board every month. And so as you guys ask questions, the one question you did ask, what are the most important accomplishments for your department? I would say showing that the outage duration is decreasing and the number of outages are going down each year. And you can see that from where we are in 2022, which puts us, in the top 10% of the nation in reliability.
Travis, quickly, could you tell us what SAIDI, CAIDI, and SAFE stand for down there?
Yes, I can. They're indices. So SAIDI is System Average Interruption Duration Index, CAIDI's Customer Average Interruption Duration Index, and SAFE is System Average Interruption Frequency Index. And it really comes down, SAIDI and CAIDI determine how long people are out of power and how often they're out of power, or how long they are on an average, and how long, if they have an outage, how fast they're restored. So CAIDI, we look at that for the lineman. And if you look up here on this graph at 60 minutes, it was like 100 minutes last year, and this year's 60 minutes. That means every customer that had an outage, they were on average out for 1 hour instead of last year, which was 100 minutes. So every indice just reflects on the reliability of the system. And that's just a mathematical formula. Some of the other questions you've asked, we've been very appreciative of the council funding our activities over the years. We have no supplemental requests. We don't have any requests for employees. I took a slide out where we showed we've cut 30 employees over the last 15 years. We don't have any need for new employees, so we don't have an increase that way. The thing that keeps me up at night, yes.
Has that just been due to automation, or, that's a significant number of employees?
It is significant. It was a lot to do with when we put AMI meters out, we eliminated
That's right.
several meter readers.
Yeah.
We've also eliminated engineering, GIS. A lot of it has to do with software that we've installed that helped us become more efficient.
Great. Thanks.
Things that keep me up at night, Gary referenced cost of power, resources, and obviously some of the issues with supply chain. I'll go over the CIP, but we've ordered a transformer that is being delivered in 40 months. 40 months for a delivery of a transformer is crazy. So those things keep me up at night. The indices, you'll see some of our indices later in the program, but our board asks for indices to be reported on a monthly basis, and we track several of those. And if they want something to be tracked, we'll do it for them. The one thing that we've done very well is kept up on our CIP, and over the last 10 years, we've spent over $60 million doing that. And so in some ways, we've prepared for this time where it's going to be a struggle to complete a CIP project just because it's hard to get materials. So as you can see, we have a CIP plan. Every year we budget money for that. And I just want to focus on a few items here. We have about $8 million CIP, and that's pretty consistent. In 2 years, when we get that transformer I just talked about, it's going to go up because we'll have to pay for the rest of it. We have to pay for it when we order it, and then there's a few payments, but then when we actually do the work, that project's going to be expensive. So even though we show $8 million, we're not going to spend that $8 million this year because some of that money will be down to the bottom line, and then we'll move it to other years to fund those projects. And that's an important concept to understand here. You can see one line item on there that's transmission substations. That's where you'll see it's like 500,000. Then in 2025, it goes up to 5 million. The next year at 3 million. That's building that substation. And then there's some other items. We have like some projects that we're doing, distribution automation, where we do some automatic switching in the department to improve our reliability. We have some money that we budgeted this year to complete a second fund on the second feed on the west side, and also to complete some of the regional sports park funding that needs to be done for that to be built. Here's some of the indices that we track, and we normally look at how we benchmark that is off of the public power benchmarks, and then we just see how we're doing it with other public powers. You've seen the value added services we add. I don't need to go through all these, but I will point to this. It's an important slide to show the sustainability. 4 years ago, you can see we were 45% coal. If you looked at back about 3 years before that, it's probably 65% coal. So we've dropped in the last 4 to 7 years down to 24% coal for this budget coming up. And we've replaced that with natural gas. And Gary brought that up with the plant up in Salt Lake. We have cogeneration with BYU and that big, large solar 80 megawatts out at Mona and Spanish Fork. That's where a lot of our resources are going. You'll see that we have a significant drop in hydro. Hopefully that hydro will increase when we get more water down in Glen Canyon, but it's about a 10% hit on our hydro budget for being curtailed from the water out of Glen Canyon Dam, which increases our cost because that's a cheap resource cost. We've also given a lot of incentives. I saw on the news that Salt Lake is doing the same thing. They just had a big announcement. We're ahead of the game. We've given about $301,000 to clean up the air in Utah County to move from internal combustion engines to electrical. We've got the shared solar. 2 commercial customers are 100% solar. Appreciate that. And then we do lights, trees, carbon sequestration. The big line item for us is 20% goes to the general fund, so about $15 million. And then we have some loans out to other city departments for the last few years. So this is what we're here for, the budget. If we look at the revenue budget we're estimating is going to increase by about $1.5 million, and that's associated with growth, new builds, that type of thing. And we look at that over a historic amount, and we know it might be slowing down a little bit, so we've probably been conservative with that. Expenditures, because of the power costs that Gary talked about, the 6%, that budget's increasing to about $3.1 million. So if you look at the revenue increase and the estimated expense, we are budgeting a deficit of $206,000 for fiscal year 24 if we don't do anything. And this is what we presented to the Energy Board. As they looked at that, I I put this slide in here because this is a little confusing. That's for O&M. If you look at our CIP, I talked about those projects, then we have a deficit of $5.7 million. That's the O&M plus the CIP. So that just kind of gives you where we are if we don't do anything with our rates for next fiscal year. But as Gary said, we talked about this to the board and they recommended doing a 2% increase instituted around September of this coming year. What that would do is give us a $971,000 surplus in the O&M, but still give a $4.5 million deficit when you look at the CIP on there. And you might say, I feel comfortable with that and the fact that I know some of those projects aren't going to be built. We will move them over to other years and we'll look at the rates as we go forward. So I don't feel uncomfortable with the $4.5 million if you're wondering that. Last year, in fact, we budgeted a $5.7 million deficit and we're coming in the black still today. How does that affect the customers? It's $1.27 per residential customer. And then each of the other rate cases would get a 2% across the board increase. And so it kind of, however much their bill is, that's what's going to increase. And you might say, how does that compare to others, right? Because that's important. I will say that we give significantly more than anybody else to our general fund. If we didn't, we'd be very much more competitive. But it's important. There's a reason why we do that, right? And you guys all know that. So residentially, with the 2% increase, we're still staying in the same slot. Basically, we're still less than Rocky Mountain Power that we use as a benchmark. And then we compare with all the other cities. So this is an average across the board. Commercial, about the same. Residential or commercial, and then the industrial. This is a large commercial, and then the industrial. The one thing that you will see out there, and you'll see in the next couple of months, is every utility is raising rates significantly because they got hit with some significant increased costs September and December of last year. So this will even change in the future. I know Rocky Mountain Power just submitted their rate increases in Wyoming, 20%. So there's some big rate increases coming in the utilities. We are excited that we are able to keep it at a 2% if the council approves. I think that would be a very conservative increase, but keep us operating well. And that is it. Is there any questions?
Now you mentioned UMPA is increasing it by 6%. We're just going to do 2%.
Right.
Now, is that because we get minimal amount from UMPA and we can make up the difference, or?
Well, the UMPA rate is 63% of it. And so it doesn't affect the whole rate because we have less increases in other areas, right? So you will see power costs went up 6%, transfer went up 1%, chargebacks. It's interesting if you look at that. The only thing we have power over really is our operations and personnel, and personnel went up 2% and 2.5%. Operations we actually decreased because we wanted to be very conservative with this year's budget. But with it didn't affect us with a full 6% is what I'm trying to say.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right. Thanks, Travis.
Thank you.
All right. We're going to now take a break. We'll do 5 minutes back here at 2:20. Okay, a presentation regarding the 2024 budget of customer service, and this will be presented by our customer service director, Amanda Erkenbrack.
Hello, Council and Mayor. Thank you for having us. We're excited to present today. It's a little bit exciting, a little bit boring. You'll see why it's boring, but it's exciting because we're not asking for any money, so that's great. So you're probably familiar with the services we offer. I've provided a list here. We'll touch on each of these throughout, but at the end, if you have any questions, just let me know and we'll go back to that. I wanted to present our team to you. The team is key in everything that we do. If you'd pay special attention to the group in the lower left, that's our call center. Those are the people who our public are interacting with daily. That's kind of the foundation of our department. It's often where people start and then eventually move up to other departments or up to other positions in the department. So that's a really important group. We have 3 divisions. Our administrative division, which is myself, Laramie Gonzalez, our business manager, Amber Reeve, who's our executive office assistant, and we couldn't do anything without her. And then we also have Lindsay Rasmussen, who's our training and quality coordinator. We have the call center and then the billing team as well. So this year, I just wanted to go through some of our accomplishments. You'll notice that there's an asterisk next to business licensing, rental dwelling, and special events. These are processes that we've been involved with all along. However, the position who was actually approving these applications was in development services. And we brought that position, we actually got rid of that position and we brought these functions back into customer service 100%. It's really helped to eliminate the middleman. So instead of having to go back and forth with someone, the process starts with us and it ends with us. There's still departments in between that have to approve, but it's been really helpful to have full ownership of that. We didn't need to add any staff to do that. It was just something we're already doing. Chicken registration is not anything new. We've done that forever. It's actually one of my favorite things to do. I love getting the applications. But what is new is something we can't take credit for. Our GIS team actually put together a chicken map. So if you go onto our GIS maps, you can see how many chickens you're allowed to have. It's really cool. So I feel like that's an accomplishment for everyone.
That was the one thing that made me laugh, and I was surprised that you did.
What was that?
That was the one thing that made me laugh and that I was surprised that you did.
It's really cool. If you apply for a chicken license, you get a little tag that goes on the kennel and it has a picture of a chicken and it's really fun. So one of the more lighthearted things we do. We also took over the city vehicle pool reservation. So if you need to reserve a city vehicle, that now comes through customer service. It used to be a binder that sat on a desk somewhere in finance and you'd come in and use a pencil to pencil in your name and time and then hope the keys were where they were supposed to be. They usually weren't. So we've kind of consolidated this. We've made it electronic. So you reserve a car the same way you would a meeting room. It all goes through Outlook. It's really simplified. We have repurposed some positions. We have not added any, but we did add one very important position, which is our quality and training coordinator, Lindsay, who's back here. This is the position that I actually held when I was in customer service before leaving. This position eventually turned into our business manager, which is Laramie. But we really started to feel kind of a little bit of a pain point when we were training so many employees and having to pull supervisors and managers to do the training. So having this position was really a big win for our department. We also added a part-time RPS clerk. RPS is remittance processing. So any of you who write a check and send it in with your stub in an envelope, we have one person who's part-time whose sole job is processing those payments. So that's really helped because before we were utilizing a full-time person for that. So that's been a win as well. Some of the other things we've done is created a peer committee. This is a group of peers. It's usually 2 people from our call center, 1 from billing. They meet on a weekly basis and they talk about just the status of things in the departments, what things we could do differently, what we can do better. They plan things like potlucks, anything to boost morale or see things that we can improve. So that's been wonderful. We also refreshed our branding. If you notice our logo in the lower right, it used to be kind of a dated flip phone, cell phone. We actually got asked one time while driving our vehicle through a drive-through, why do you have a calculator on the side of your car? So we figured it was time to update. And if you notice, this is also the shape of a chat box. Chat is something we're actually implementing very soon. So it kind of goes along with that. Amber, our amazing office assistant, she formed an executive assistant committee. We found that when she took over her role, there wasn't a book, there wasn't a training guide to help her know what to do and how to do it. So we thought it would be really helpful for all these people to get together, share how they do things, and collaborate. And then when we have a new executive office assistant, there's a resource group, there's people to go to. So that's been really fun for her to do. We try every year to complete 2 service activities. This year, as you can see in the photo, we served at the Food and Care Coalition, and then we also participated in the Day of Service. The city recently, just right before the move, switched to Avaya Cloud. That's a phone system that also includes a call center component. That component's called Ring Central. The tools that we were using before, I think we had for probably since we started in 2012. They were old, they were dated, they needed to be replaced. So with this new tool, we've been able to add in a Spanish speaking queue, which is heavily utilized. You'll see that a little bit later when Laramie goes over some of our stats. And we also added a billing queue. The billing queue is actually just internal. So if one of our call takers has a question and they don't have a supervisor available, they can call the billing queue, and we have a team of 6-7 people back there who are logged in and can answer these calls. And it's kind of a round robin approach, so no one gets burnt out. So that's been really beneficial for the department. Our billing team does a lot, but it's hard to really quantify what they do. So our billing team's responsible for ensuring the bills go out correctly and on time. This year, and that top number looks scary. We're not bragging about that number. We don't want that number to be high. But we did have 28,000 accounts come up on our disconnect for non-payment list. That's not good. What is good, though, is that of those, we only had to actually disconnect about 4,700. That's through reaching out, making payment arrangements, sending mini notices. We're really making efforts to make sure we give people the opportunity to pay before disconnecting. We had 8,700 move-in, move-out orders. So that's people moving from one home in Provo to another, new people coming, other people leaving. So that keeps us very busy. We do outsource our collections to a third-party company. However, before we do that, we do attempt to collect in-house. This is something we haven't always put a huge emphasis on, but the person who's doing this right now has done an outstanding job. They've actually collected $83,000. That's 4,300 accounts. And that saves us 33%, essentially what we would send to collections. So that's a big win for us. The machine that you see down in the bottom corner, that's our remittance processing machine. That's the machine that we use to open the envelope that contains your bill and check. The machine is one of the neatest things we do. If you ever get a chance, come by and see it. So that system processes 5.3 million on average per month. That's a big portion of our utility bills. It's almost half. We also increased our billing accounts per cycle. We were only getting about 89% bills that would go through without error. We're now up to 99%. That was through a lot of effort on Annalee's part, and Caitlin, her analyst. They worked really hard to make sure that happened. So thank you to them. Another thing our billing team did is they documented each job. Each of the editors has a different job assignment. They decided it would be wise to document each one and then rotate. So every 3 to 6 months, they're getting a new assignment and they have the documentation to know how to do it. That cross-training helps us if someone decides to move on to another position. And it's just been something that needed to be done. So that's a big accomplishment for them. I talked about the billing queue already, and then we did implement several new rates. These include our time of use electric vehicle, shared solar, and commercial shared solar. You heard Travis talk about those a moment ago. And then I'm going to turn it over. Did you have a question?
Councilor Hoban.
Yeah. First of all, awesome job. You're doing great. Do we know what percentage of people are on paperless billing?
33%.
Okay.
Yeah.
Could be higher, right?
It could. We're actually making a push at the Rock Canyon event that's coming up. I think one of these Saturdays soon. Okay. So we're making a big push for that. I think one of the things that people enjoy about their bill is the newsletter.
Oh,
so
that's
some
right.
people, and you can still get it electronically, but it is a little bit different to hold it in your hands.
Yeah. I don't know why I still have paperless. There's no reason.
There's
but
not.
I'd have to
Some
be
people like
proactive to do it. And I think I would need some sort of incentive.
Yeah.
So I don't know. There's maybe something you guys could explore. It seems like that would be a big time savings for you all.
It is.
Then
It
yeah,
really is.
I mean, that's probably a huge lift on your guys'
Yeah.
part to.
We typically do events like the parade and other events like that where we're out in the community. We didn't do a whole lot of that last year or during the COVID years. That is something we plan to do. And we actually purchased these little, it's like a card that contains wildflowers on it. So for people who love to be outdoors, you can go and plant this little thing and wildflowers grow. We're actually considering using that as an incentive to sign up for paperless billing.
Okay.
So great idea.
Yeah, you're ahead of me.
Okay. Any other questions before I turn it over to our numbers guy? All right, I'll let Laramie take over.
Thank you, Amanda. Good afternoon. I just want to take some time to talk a little bit about the numbers and our service levels and what we currently do today, and kind of help justify the budget going forward and any changes in the budget, or like Amanda said, in this case, the lack of changes in our budget. So let's start with the contact center. The call center, this is the call volume that comes into the call center. And you can tell at the top, we only went back the last 5 years. And we average about 95 to 105,000 calls a year into the call center. And we've had a couple of years where it's been as high as 113,000 calls. But you can see that on average, we average about 100,000 calls. If you look at the just underneath, it tells you the increase from year to year. We had some increases. It seems like pretty consistent increase every year until we hit 2021. And that was the year of recovering from COVID. And some things that we learned during that time was a lot of people changed the way they did business with the city. So instead of coming in to pay a bill and doing all those things they would normally come into the city for, they started utilizing a lot more online services and paying bills online and using the IVR to just make that selection and make a payment. So as a result of that, our call volume actually came down a little bit. And then, of course, in 2022, it started to stabilize and come up just slightly. But it seems like overall, we're pretty consistent, and it trends pretty much the same year after year. One thing I like about the graph on the bottom, if we don't pay attention to that orange line that looks like it's way out in left field, you can tell that from month to month, we trend pretty close to the same activity. Helps us forecast what we need staffing wise and that kind of thing month to month every single year. And that wild orange line that's peaking where it shouldn't, that was the year of COVID and a number of other things. We went live with Cayenta and some other things that really made it challenging for us to kind of trend what we would normally do year after year. But I think we're back in the routine again, and you can't really tell where we are this year because it's right in the middle of that group. But that's a good sign. So not a whole lot of changes happened here. Amanda did mention we have a Spanish queue, and those calls fall within the same trend that we have with the rest of our calls. That averages about 6% of our overall calls coming into the call center, which is about 500-600 calls that specifically push that function or the option to speak to a Spanish-speaking agent. So that's been really successful, especially since we've only had it for not even a year. So that's been a good thing. In the previous graph of that 100,000 calls we get a year, about 55-60% of those calls are utility related. The other calls, or there are other calls, the utilities, the other calls are 60%, the utilities are 40%. Of those other ones, the graph on the right kind of shows you all the other calls that are kind of allotted to all the other departments in the city. So outside of utilities, here's what we answer all the calls for. That's pretty indicative of an average monthly call disposition for the calls we get for other departments. Just to mention, usually parking enforcement, licensing, sanitation, those are usually the biggest, I call them biggest offenders, but consistently they're over 200, 300, 400 calls a month. The next one is passport services. Passports, we started passports in 2019. And if you'll pay attention to that top line, that's the fiscal year total. But I think what's more apples to apples comparisons, if you look at the second line, that's the beginning of the fiscal year to February. So it's kind of the same time period that we have information for so far this fiscal year. But just to compare that to do an apples to apples comparison, I took that same time period for the last 5 years. And you can kind of see it's the same story that we've had in all the other functions in our department, that when we hit that COVID year in 2021, we went from 1,000 plus passports in the prior year to about 300 that next year, because it was an off and on thing. But since we've recovered, 2022, we did 925, and so far this year, 825. So we're only off about 100. So that's pretty consistent for, we like things pretty consistent for normal operation for that time period. And the next one is passport photos. Same exact story. What's interesting with this one is passport photos. In the past, you would think that the people who come in for passports would come in for passport photos, but the ratio was never the same. A lot of people would start off by getting passport photos at Walgreens or someplace else and then get here to do their passport and think, oh, we didn't know that you did that. And in the last couple of years, that is actually pretty consistent with the amount of people that come in for passports. So the ratio is actually planned out there. The next one's fingerprint services. Again, same story. However, fingerprinting we've been doing for quite some time. And you can see on the graph that every year, the month trends pretty much the same as the month this time last year. So not a whole lot of changes there. And the next one, airport badges issued. We've been doing airport badges for some time, but we thought this year it'd be kind of interesting to see with the new airport and all the extra traffic that we've had to come into the call center to get those badges, just to see how much extra traffic that is added to the call center. In this case, again, if you just look at this July through February of last year, compared to July, February of this year, last year we did 647 issued badges. And so far this year, we've done 1,156. So that's about a 79% increase just in this time from this time last year. And of course, we all know the airport's been hugely successful down there. And because of, we've got an increase into the lobby out there for badges. And these numbers here include all badges, renewals, new badges, that kind of thing, because the effort on our part is still the same. We still have to go through the application process. We still take the picture. We still have to print the card. So as far as that's concerned, we're just counting all of them as being the same effort coming to the call center. So there's been a huge increase with that one there, which brings me to why we're here today, the budget. Like Amanda said, there's not a whole lot of exciting things going on with the budget this year, other than it's been pretty consistent with what we've been doing in the past. In fact, it's actually, as far as operations and maintenance is concerned, it's exactly the same as last year. So though it might appear kind of boring on the screen, it's actually pretty exciting to think we're still able to offer those same services, even with the increases in some materials and contracts that we've had to be able to do it for the same amount of money. So let's start at the top. We have 5 different functions in customer service. Administration, the ones in yellow are numbers that we didn't have at the time that we prepared this overall budget, and B, those are areas of the budget that we typically don't have control over. So the personnel, we do have control over that to some degree. We doesn't have any personnel numbers back, but it's probably worth mentioning, we have not added any positions. And like Amanda said, we've done some reorganization and we've kind of changed some job titles and some job duties to be more effective, but we haven't added any positions. So as far as personnel is concerned, especially here, we've not added anything here that would increase that personnel budget. O&M, our last year's budget was 329,000 and this year it's 215. And the majority of that, that's $114,000 decrease from last year. Majority of that came from the ERP implementation, a Kayenta implementation that went on for a few years. That contract management those monies were in our operating budget. And since that project had finished and we had rollover monies last year, that rollover money added to that 329,000. Since the project's complete, there's no need for that budget going forward. So 110,000 of that was that rollover money. So we actually decreased that by about $4,000 this year. So that's a win. Our O&M budget for admin came down a little bit there. Utility billing, same thing. There's no personnel changes there. Our O&M stayed exactly the same. So we have no change in the budget in utility billing. Our IS budget, what's interesting with this one is there was no changes there either. Well, there's $900, but when you consider $250,000 and 74% of that budget is contract maintenance, those are our contracts with all of our vendors and whatnot that all have typically longer term multi-year contracts. They've all realized about a 6 to 8% increase this last year. And with some of the things that we've done and went to Ring Central and eliminated some of the older software that we had, was able to still absorb those increases and not change that line item for IS budget. And the call center, same thing. We haven't added any positions there. And the operation means stayed the same. And licensing, like Amanda said, we've only taken on the full function of licensing this last year. And just to highlight the fact again, there was no personnel changes there. But I think it is worth noting maybe again that we was able to absorb all of the function with our existing personnel and still have that position eliminated. And still going forward, that's been a savings of a position for the city between the department it came from and customer service. And again, no changes in the licensing operations budget. So to sum that all up, there's no supplemental request from customer service this year. There's no increase to the overall budget, at least as far as operations maintenance is concerned. And we don't expect much with personnel. And the other one I didn't really talk much about was the chargebacks. And we haven't done much, we haven't seen much for the chargebacks, and we all know this will change a little bit now that we're in the new building. So we haven't really accounted for those simply because we don't have those numbers, and we don't expect that that's something that's not under our control anyway. So we're going to say no increase to our overall budget for fiscal year 24. And one thing that we did think a little bit about is what we're trying to save this year and anything that might go into our budget next year, and just keep that on the forefront of how we can be prepared for that. And that's what the last bullet point there is, the possible needs. Funding for system upgrades and an app. And we all know that we have a new website coming that's probably going to add to some costs there with some integrations and things like that, but we're excited for that as well. So that's just something we'll have to think about as we go forward and look at the budget for next year to help cover those costs and those implementations. So we'll be prepared to do that when the time comes. Next, Amanda's going to talk about some challenges and things that maybe keep us up at night.
All right, so I think this was probably the most difficult bullet point to respond to, is what keeps us up at night. If you look at this, you can tell why this would keep us up at night. Okay. So many of our CSRs, as you can tell at the bottom half of that chart, are new. Some of them are so new that they're not even showing up. They are there though, but they've been here about a month. We have a lot of turnover. That's very typical in call center type jobs. We're in a college town. We're hiring a lot of students who are constantly in transition. And we train these employees really well. They go through about 5 to 6 weeks of training. And then they go out and they get experience on the phones and they interact with other departments and they learn even more. And these employees become really valuable to other departments. And as you can see, we've actually had 7 of them go on to be in other departments. That's a good thing. We want to support people. We want to see them progress in their careers, but it is hard on the call center because we have high turnover and we're constantly in training. One thing that's really unique about our department is that when I came in 2021, we did a big reorganization. Last year, 85% of our people were in different positions than they had been the year before. So we did a lot of changing. That had some effect on this, but now we feel like we have the right people in the right positions. So let me talk a little bit about some of the things we're doing to help with this. And again, the timing, the job market, unemployment's very low. It's hard to hire. We went through a phase where we couldn't get anyone to work full-time. Everyone only wanted to work part-time. We've even had people who are currently working full-time come back and say, I want to work part-time. So it's interesting and it's unique because we've never really faced that challenge. And to many of these people who are just starting out in their careers, the benefits aren't as important to them as they are to many of us. One thing we do is gamification and incentives. We're always running some sort of incentive program. It might be something that's Olympic themed or football themed, but we're dividing them into groups and we're driving them to improve their metrics. If not even the metrics, then we just want them to get to know each other better and build that team attitude so that they're more compelled to stick together and maybe stay a little longer. One thing I'm really excited to talk about, and I know that I think it was Councillor Ellsworth asked about this in another presentation. We are exploring a work from home option, a hybrid schedule. It wouldn't be all the time 100% work from home. It would typically be for the average CSR who meets the qualifications, which are rigorous. It would probably be one day every 2 weeks or so. So it's just something to give them a little variety, a little change of pace. A lot of these people are just looking for flexibility. So we have been granted a 6-month trial period on that. We're excited to get moving on that. We actually already have the equipment, so there's no cost added to that. So in 6 months, I'll report back to HR and the mayor on how that's going, and we'll make a decision from there. We have added, as I mentioned before, the peer committee. They're doing activities. They're actually meeting outside of work on their own time because they want to be together. So that's been really fun to see. We've implemented a weekly blog. In our department, it's really hard to hold department meetings because who will answer the phones? So for us, it's often easier to communicate electronically to ensure that everyone's receiving the same message. So each of the managers takes a week and we host the blog, and it could be something inspirational, something educational, and then we're also sending news out. We are talking to HR about some different options as far as going back to maybe a career series advancement. So we might have a CSR and then a senior CSR. So we're looking at something like that. We're also enhancing our learning opportunities. Instead of just one monthly training, we now have what we call a learning lounge, which is what you're seeing here in the photos. This is not taught by our trainer, rather it's our billing team. So our billing team comes in and they teach the CSRs more about billing and what's going on in their world. And we make a fun theme like shared solar, and then we provide a snack that matches like Sun Chips and Sunkist soda. So it's kind of fun. People come, it's a more relaxed environment. And thank you to all of you for giving us a space to meet in. You can see our training room here. We use this room at least once a day. It's invaluable. It's the greatest, in my opinion anyways. This was the greatest ad for our department. And then our second challenge is from a system that we call POB, or point of business. This is our CRM. This is where citizens can go to make requests. When someone calls in, this is where our CSR is entering the request and then sending it out to the other departments. One struggle we occasionally have is getting the departments on board with it. We can only give out the information they're putting into the system. If they don't put it in there, we can't give it out. And the same goes for work orders. So if we put in a work order and they just close it and say, I'll deal with it later, there's not much we can do. So we really need to work with the departments to make this a more regular thing that they're just doing routinely. They're going in and updating it. They're fielding their cases. They're providing valuable comments for the public. So some of the ways we're handling that is with department accountability metrics. This is something we've kind of gone away from. It was a little embarrassing to put up everyone's stats, in front of the counselor, in front of the mayor and say, well, this department took 80 days, but this department's doing great. So meetings, yes.
Okay, this is an interesting topic to me.
Yes.
So I put in stuff regularly from citizens, right? So I get that return email that says it's been done, but I put in so many apparently that I have no idea what they're for when it comes back. Like it just says done. Like it doesn't even say what department it came from.
That is something we actually just fixed.
Awesome.
Thanks to your feedback, actually.
Okay.
So it will now say what it was for.
Awesome.
And what was done to resolve it.
And so what's written there? Is that written by your team or is it written by the department?
It's the system. It's a pre-programmed email, but we have a lot of flexibility in what we can put in there. So now we're actually pulling in your original request and the solution or how we solve the case.
I love that.
So
okay.
that's
And then as far as you said, your reps information is just as good as what those departments put in
exactly
the POB.
We really
that's a big deal.
It is. We don't want them just going out and Googling because they might find something that's not correct or not even for our city.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So the departments have to be giving us the information they want given out.
I almost bought tickets to Sound and Music in Indiana today instead of Sundance. But okay, that's a big deal. I know that. So do we have point people in each department that are in charge of updating the POB?
We do. It's typically one of two people, and those are our second and third bullet points. The PIO group, which is the Public Information Officer group, that's been a great resource because those are the people who have the news. They know what's going on in the city. So Laramie attends that meeting weekly for us, and he reminds them every time something's happening, put it in POB. They actually, last year, they put out an initiative to have goat head removal. Well, no one told us and no one put it in POBs. So our CSRs start getting calls that there's goat heads that need to be removed. And most of them don't even know what a goat head is.
I learned that being on council.
Yep.
Okay.
So, and then the other resource that we have is our executive assistant peer committee. And that's just each assistant from every department. So it's typically either the PIO or the assistant who's responsible for maintaining this.
Okay. Well, we understand, like, it's very apparent that this is a whole citywide issue.
It is.
To get the best answers we can from 311. So please let us know if there's anything we can do as a council to help you with that.
Absolutely. I met with the vendor about a week ago and discovered that they have some really great new mobile features that would help our employees be able to resolve the cases from their phone or mobile device. So we are doing an upgrade right now. Once that's complete, I plan to come back to council and do a presentation on that.
Okay, I just had an idea that's going to make Shannon Ellsworth really happy, and she's gone. Well, she's online, but Justin, I think that might be an excellent KPI for us to put on next year's budget presentations, as far as pod updates or like how long they take to resolve issues on pod might be.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Great idea.
Oh, I knew I'd make her happy.
And we do have ways for departments who can't do things because of the seasons that we're in, like tree trimming. They can actually suspend the case and it doesn't count against them. So it doesn't make their average time to resolve longer.
That's excellent.
puts it in a
And
suspense
are we
zone.
updating the citizen on that?
Yep.
Okay.
We should be. We
I
should be. There's things
love
like
it.
sidewalk replacement that has to go into a concrete review budget. That's a little bit different because that could be a year to 2 years out. And so they don't usually keep the case open, but they should be responding, saying what they did and how to check back for updates.
And the citizen needs to know that's
Yes.
it's not going to happen for years. So you see it closed, but you look out your window and it's still a problem.
Yes.
But you know, hey, it's going to be in a year, which is just life. And
Exactly.
But expectation is
Yeah.
90% of the problem.
It's kind of an interesting thing that happens because we'll have people who say, I call 311 and nothing ever happens. You never fill the pothole. And I
Yeah,
think there's
we
this
hear that.
perception that we're the ones out there with the shovel and gravel filling the pothole,
Mhm.
but we're really just relaying the work order to the department who does that.
And it's about expectation. And that's
It
what you
is.
guys are in the middle of, but
Yep.
the department is, so I love this. Thank you.
Exactly. Sorry, we've taken too much time, but if you have any other questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Any questions?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. All right. We are on to a presentation regarding vehicle replacement and fleet management. And this is by Warren Merritt, our fleet manager.
Thank you for granting me the time to meet with you. As we have done in the past, I would like to very briefly review how it is that the fleet department decides what vehicles and pieces of machinery are up for replacement, which ones have more life in them and can stay. I would. All right. The fleet department has come up with a fleet advisory committee. The members of this committee are made up of several different departments that you can see up there on the screen: police, fire, public works, parks and rec, finance. They all have representatives that represent the general, internal, and enterprise funds. The roles of our committee is to evaluate, prioritize, and forecast vehicle replacement needs. We do this based off of age, mileage, cost of operation, things of that nature. When we do get together, we like to use best practices. We do this by following Mercury and Associates and their guidelines. They are an independent consulting firm, and they are dedicated solely to the analysis of fleet operations. One of their many studies provided some invaluable data for us that helps us to determine the correct fleet size, vehicle and equipment replacement cycles, again, based off of the mileage, hours, if it's a piece of equipment, the age, and the duty cycle. Using this information, the Fleet Advisory Committee is able to evaluate their individual department needs, and we can forecast that out for 5 years. Some of the challenges impacting fleet funding. Current demand for vehicles far outweighs the supply, and this has contributed to increasing inflation costs. 2 years ago, from fiscal year 21 to 2022, the inflation was approximately 4% to 12%, depending on the vehicle that we were looking at obtaining. However, in the last 12 months, from 2022 to 2023, it has risen from 8% all the way up to 18%. I've put a few vehicles up there that are common in our fleet to show you the price differences between 2022 and 2023. When we get together as a fleet advisory committee, we have a built-in inflation into our forecasting model. Several years ago, it was 2%. Last year, it was at 4%. This year, after meeting with everyone, nobody felt very comfortable keeping it at 4% because, again, of the 18 to 18% that we saw this year. We want to make sure that our forecasting is as accurate as possible. And therefore, the forecasting model for fiscal year 24 is at 10%. Some more challenges that we are facing is the increasing delays in getting the ordering done, the production and build of these vehicles, and the delivery of the vehicles. A couple of years ago, it would take me 3 to 6 months to order and acquire a small SUV or a pickup truck. That is now been increased to 9 months to almost a year. When it comes to specialized vehicles, such as fire engines or fire aerials, as well as dump trucks, plow trucks, the build date is right about 2 years from date of ordering. And because of this delay, as you can see, we are keeping many vehicles in the fleet longer than their projected lifespan, and this is increasing their maintenance cost to keep them functional and running.
A quick question.
Yes.
On paying for those orders, do you have to pay at the time you order, when you receive, part?
It depends on what it is. If we are purchasing from a dealership, let's say small vehicles, Explorers or F-150s, pickup trucks, we have to show that we have the money encumbered. And as long as I can show that the money has been encumbered, they will go ahead and place the order, and then I pay on delivery of those vehicles. When it comes to the larger pieces of equipment, such as, say, a street sweeper or a fire engine, I'm going to let that be answered by Jimmy. And he comes up here because I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. I'm not 100% sure how that works with the leasing and the bank loans.
So you can't just order everything knowing that it's a long time because the money's tied up for a lot of the things.
That is correct.
And if it's tied up, you can't be using it for maintenance and everything of the vehicles that you're stretching out until the new ones arrive.
That is correct.
Okay.
On to hybrid and electric vehicles. Currently, the fleet has 1 electric vehicle in our development services department, 1 electric vehicle in energy. We have 2 hybrid trucks in engineering and 32 hybrids in the police department. Just a side note, in fiscal year 23, in the budget, we had originally planned for 20 additional Explorer hybrids for our police department. I placed this order on August 16th. 4 weeks later, I was notified by Ford that they had canceled all my orders. And they were doing this due to lack of materials. And my orders would not be fulfilled, not to plan on it, and to find an alternate means. We were fortunate enough to find 20 Dodge Durangos that were equipped with the police pursuit package. And we were able to use these as replacements. In this fiscal year, the budget that we are presenting, it again includes 20 additional police hybrids. See if we can get back on track with that. It all depends on availability. I have asked several people with the Ford department for information, and they cannot provide me any information at this time as to how many vehicles they will allow for us.
Question for you, sir. Last year, we had a very interesting and somewhat controversial staff report that was delivered to us comparing the cost-benefit analysis of replacing existing vehicles with different types of vehicles, hybrids, EV, gas-powered, traditional vehicles, hydrogen vehicles. And some of the controversy had to do with the fact that if you considered a variety of factors in your evaluation of cost versus benefits, that the gas-powered was about equal to electric vehicles in terms of a variety of considerations. And beyond that, hydrogen-powered vehicles, which I understand are not really on the market in quantity at this point, were considerably better. I mean, they were ranked higher on this staff study. I'm just curious about your thoughts on those comparisons and how you address that with your purchases.
Sure. To begin with, I'm always looking for options when it comes to greener energy, especially when it comes to our police vehicles. And I'll stick with those for right now. The greenest option we have for a police vehicle is, in fact, the Explorer hybrid. They do not offer a fully electric Explorer yet. I was notified this morning that it is on the table. They're looking at it and trying to get that up and running. No other SUVs offer a police pursuit package that is a hybrid or fully electric. That is one of the constraints that we have. Therefore, again, I am trying once again to get the best option we have at this point in time. When it comes to, as you said, a variety of categories regarding gasoline power versus electric versus a hybrid, would you be able to narrow it down a little bit as far as what it is you're interested in hearing about? Only because there are so many different categories that I could cover.
Right. Well, tell me what your priorities are. What categories are you priority-wise focused on?
Priority-wise, number one is I want to make sure the vehicle that we get matches the duty cycle that we need it to do. I need to make sure the vehicle that we get takes care of what that department needs it to do. Number two, and this plays into the police hybrids especially, is safety. I need to make sure that the vehicles I'm putting our police department in are rated for police pursuit, that they have higher crash test ratings. After I take that into consideration, the next step is what can I replace in the fleet with a green vehicle, a hybrid, or an electric vehicle? So it pretty much follows those three steps. Does that answer your question?
Well, it helps. It sounds like as a policy matter, you're committed to going to EV or electric.
I am as committed as I can be as what our current infrastructure allows. I am very careful to make sure that I am not getting ahead of ourselves. I do not want to put the cart before the horse. For example, we only have so many level 2 chargers in the city right now. We only have 20 of them. And from what I have learned, those 20 chargers, with the exception of 2 found at the energy department, are for public use. We don't currently have a way to take an electric city vehicle, plug into that charger, and turn it on, unless that driver, who would be a Provo City employer, pulls out their own personal debit card and pays for it. So there are many things that needs to be addressed and discussed between us and energy to make sure that we can get this rolling, as well as get more charging stations in place. Roughly, the national average calls for every 10 electric vehicles to have minimum 1 charging station.
Okay, George Handley has a question.
Thanks. It's a comment more than a question, but I just wanted to notify the council if they haven't seen it in regard to Mr. Fillmore's question. Mark Ios, our intern, resubmitted that study to us just in the last little bit. I think Justin sent it around as an added notification this morning. I don't know if it was included earlier than that, but in that report, after further research, he has much better information, I think, because I think what he was missing in that earlier iteration were calculations based on the maintenance of the different models of cars. And of course, none of that study includes what Mr. Merritt's talking about in terms of, you know, the specific kinds of vehicles that you need in police and fire and so on. But as a reminder to the council, and this is before most of the current council members might remember, but it is a current policy that the city should be pursuing green alternatives whenever feasibly possible. I don't remember exactly how the wording goes, but as you just finished describing your priorities and making those decisions, that squares with my understanding. We would certainly not be expecting the city to be, you know, purchasing a hybrid or an electric vehicle that can't do the job that it needs to do or can't do it safely for the city. So I think we tried when we crafted that policy to create a reasonable framework for this sort of process. But I just wanted to clarify that that study does show that the affordability of electric vehicles actually is number one when calculating the overall costs. The other thing that Mark found out that relates to your third bullet point here is that there are rebate programs for the city to get access to pay for charging stations to be installed. I think there's something, I think it said in the report, 50% of the cost of the charging stations can be funded through grant programs. And I remember this came up in our last discussion about this. So I would strongly encourage us to move in that direction. It seems like if infrastructure is always going to be a potential obstacle, and it certainly makes sense that these should be charging stations for city vehicles at city locations where they're going to be actually useful, and not someplace out in the public where, there's a potential that it's going to be currently used by somebody else. But that we could get that grant money and pay for them and build them into our facilities, and then that facilitates the future. I mean, given the direction that the current administration is going in the country with electric vehicles, it's very clear that electric vehicles are going to be flooding the market, and that infrastructure need is only going to grow. So I think we ought to move right ahead now and get that infrastructure in place, get those grant monies to facilitate that, and then you are in a position, when you're making your next decision and there's an electric option, you can more safely know that there's going to actually be charging opportunities and facilities.
Thank you, Mr. Hanley. That's very helpful. What I was leading up to, clearly the absence of an abundance of charging stations is a limiting factor on you. So we need to take a look at that, and grant money would certainly be helpful. What I was leading up to is your thoughts on the hydrogen vehicles. How the sense I got was that they have some very significant advantages, but they're down the road a ways. What can you tell us about that? Is that still kind of a commercial pipe dream, or is it in the near future?
It is not what I would say in the near future. The multiple articles that I have read on it, many are abandoning the pursuing of hydrogen vehicles. They do have many benefits, but they are not mainstream. We don't even have a single hydrogen filling station in the entire state. I am certainly not saying that we're closed to the idea, but for our immediate needs, it is definitely not viable. I'm not even 100% sure of any manufacturer that even offers one at this point in time.
Hey, that's helpful information. Thanks.
Very welcome. Thank you.
Councilor Shipley.
So just from a practical standpoint, is there a relationship that the city has with Ford specifically, or a preference to Ford, or has it just been that when taking everything into perspective, cost and, reliability? I'm sure there's lots of different parts and pieces that go into that, but it seems like, that's our preference. Can you speak to that a little bit more? Sure. What has that developed over time, or is that just something that in the very near term, they just happen to have the right products for fleet?
A little bit of everything that you said.
Okay. No, I just
we have
to maintain them too, right? So
Yes.
it does make sense to have some consistency
Yes.
in product type across maintaining these different vehicles too, right?
That is one of the main reasons that we like to stay as close as we can to a particular brand. We don't have to have as many parts on the shelf. We don't have to fund as many parts to keep on the shelf. We don't have to be specially trained in Ford, Chrysler, and Chevy and all of their individual scanners and their software. It makes it much easier to keep it as uniform as possible. That does not mean that we do not go out and get a Chevy or a Dodge at times, for example, the Dodge Durangos. We definitely have a mixture of vehicles, but you are correct. A very large amount of them are in fact Ford. Reason being is a good working relationship that I have with them. They are typically the lowest in price in mass quantities, large quantities. And they have been the best to work with when it comes to communication, getting back to me. That being said, Ford headquarters, or any headquarters for that matter, they have been very tight-lipped as far as what's coming down the road. But when it comes on the local level, the dealership, the salesmen, they have been the best by far to help and do what they can to help me out. And that is a large reason as to why we are staying with Ford. However, we still have working relationships with Chrysler. We have working relationships with Chevrolet. I am in the process of getting contacts down for Toyota for many of our smaller vehicles.
Can I add one to your list?
Yeah.
So there's a picture recently, since Cybertruck goes into production this year, of a Cybertruck patrol vehicle. And I think that would be a great opportunity for retention and for recruitment for our police department if we had a few Cybertrucks. Those are pretty sweet. So I think the cost will come in right when they're finally available. And I think we should already be talking to Tesla about potentially having a patrol Cybertruck.
I'll keep that one in mind.
Thanks. I'm not joking, actually. Go look that up. It's awesome.
I got it written down. I will look it up.
The question, Shipley, is if it comes with a police package.
That might have been a photo edit that somebody did on it that, is just wishful thinking, but there is a picture of a patrol package. So
as far as the advisory committee, the 5-year plan, this is what we currently have forecasted 5 years out for what our replacement needs are going to be. Current fiscal year, as you can see, upcoming fiscal year for 2024, we have a need for 38 vehicles. And again, because of the flat committee, it is such a collaborative effort, and everybody is really on board with only sticking with what we need. No luxuries, tricked out, fully loaded vehicles. It just doesn't happen. And everyone's on the same page with that. We get what we need and what we need only. And this year, because last year was a pretty rough year, this year we are at 38 vehicles that we are looking at obtaining. Any more questions before I turn the time over?
Councilor Whipple.
Are there any uses for which you could, instead of using a vehicle, use a bicycle, electric trike? Would that fulfill any of the needs that we have?
To answer immediately, I would say no. However, I would have to give that some more thought and dig a little deeper. There might be an occasion here or there. I think one of the larger problems we'd have would be the inclement weather. Would this job be able to be done when the weather is poor outside or not? That would probably be a larger question.
The reason I ask is I know at least one of the labs at BYU, instead of a vehicle that they got an electric bike so that they can go back and forth to the greenhouses, carry the pots and plants and things and do the work. It was something that could be done with this assisted bike instead of a vehicle. So it just saved time and money and everything. And it was more nimble. But I don't know if that's a use that would be appropriate for any of our people.
In most situations where that would be functional, we already have golf carts in place or a side-by-side, even an ATV to make that possible. Otherwise, we would be purchasing vehicles for that job. And so we have whittled it down to, do you really need a vehicle or do you not need a vehicle? They can do with a golf cart. And that would be what we wind up getting them in place of a vehicle.
So are the golf carts and things like that under the fleet that you control as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. There's no more questions. Thank you very much.
So I'm Jimmy McKnight, Public Works Business Manager. I help the Fleet Advisory Committee with compiling the recommendations into the financial impacts. And this shows the impact of the vehicles that were just shown on the previous page, including the inflation that Warren mentioned. I've added a line at the bottom that shows the loan payments. We have a vehicle replacement fund, which allows the general fund to buy vehicles on loan, and the loan payments shown at the bottom are for the year in question, as well as the previous year's remaining loans. So that's why you see that number fluctuates. And as old vehicles fall off, new ones are added, and that's all part of the calculation there. The FY23 funding level line shows the base budget in the current year, so that you can see the loan payments associated with the proposed vehicles in 24, how they compare with the current budget. So the next slide will show the bottom shows all 5 years compared to FY23. This next slide shows the year by year addition that would need to be added each year in order to meet that recommendation. So these are the recommendations from the Fleet Advisory Committee. We'll be working with the administration over the next few weeks as we finalize the budget to determine what we're able to fund. And just wanted to make sure that you saw the impacts of that initial recommendation. And as we go forward with the budget, we'll fine tune that, and that will be presented as well. So.
Thank you so much. Counselors, are there any other questions? All right. Thank you, Jimmy. Is there anything else from the Fleet Department for us today? All right. In that case, we will move on to item 15, a presentation regarding the fiscal year 2024 airport budget and a general airport update. This will be presented by Dave Decker, our Public Works Director.
Thank you very much. Thanks to the council for the opportunity to present on the airport. Just a little clarification. So we have broken the presentation up on the airport into a couple of different parts. And in fact, this first slide actually shows the high level summary that we're going to cover. I'm going to cover the financial, the budget, and the upcoming budget. And then I'm going to turn it over to Brian Torgerson, who's the division director over the airport, to cover the last three topics. And our intent today is to review budgets and proposed budgets for the council, and to hopefully answer some questions that you may have regarding the airport and the operation of the airport. So let me just start by reminding the council about the current fiscal year, FY23. This is a very broad summary of the current fiscal year. And one of the items, if I can remind the council, there was quite a bit of discussion when we prepared the budget last year regarding the general fund transfer. And I'll just point it out. It's the second row down from the top, excuse me. And it was about $900,000 last year that we ended up having to transfer from the general fund, mostly because of increased operations at the terminal was the big key. So I'll come back and we'll look at the upcoming budget in just a second here. But one of the other questions that was asked by council staff, so Justin kind of prepped us on a couple of questions that the council had. One of the financial questions that was included in his list was a review of revenues specific to the airport. So this is a copy of a report that we get from Jimmy McKnight in Public Works every single month. And it's very useful. And I'll just explain just a bit about this report. The areas, if you look in each of the categories where the period is each month, and you can see in month 10, 11, and 12 on this particular sheet, they're all grayed out, and that indicates just where their actual numbers versus projected numbers. So in the gray areas in each of these categories, those are projections, and anything that's filled in and it's not in the gray highlight area, those are actual numbers in each of those categories. And so we go through this exercise in each of these categories. There are 12 different revenues specific to the airport that we're tracking on a monthly basis. And I'm going to come back and talk a bit about parking. It's on the lower left-hand side of this sheet, and it's one of the key revenues for the airport. And we're going to talk just a bit about that again in the presentation. So upcoming fiscal year 24, there was 3 specific goals that we set internally in Public Works and with the airport relative to the budget. And some of these goals are not specifically new goals for the coming fiscal year, but I just wanted to remind the council some of the things that we've been working with finance and the administration as the airport grows. So the first one, and again, specific back to last year's conversation about the general fund transfer, there was, some people that were very concerned about that transfer because it was higher. If you remember in the last presentation, we kind of had this roller coaster going on depending on the function at the airport. It's varied anywhere from about 200,000 to 300,000 up to about 600,000 over the last 10 years or so. And last year was one of the highest general fund transfers. In this particular fiscal year, as we prepared the budget, we are finding that we are able to cover all of the operating costs. So the first goal that's listed on this sheet, we are able to cover all of the operating costs completely with no general fund transfer. So if the budget was presented in the exact same format that it was last year, that number would be 0 as far as the general fund transfer. And I think that's a significant achievement for 1 year of operation of the new terminal and many of the other functions that have changed at the airport over the last year. The second goal that we set for the airport was the ability to cover the specific police and fire full-time employees that are assigned. So this has changed a little bit, and this is likely the reason that the budget presentation for the airport, when you get it as a council, it will change the format just a bit. So in the past, we have had full-time both fire and police employees that have come, depending on the year that you look at. Some of them have been close to full-time. Some of them have been spread out just depending on the flights. But as the new terminal opened up, we were finding that we needed specific employees assigned both at from the police department and the fire department at the airport. And they are essentially full-time employees only assigned to the airport. And this is especially true with the police department. And in some cases, we have significant overtime occurring also. So our goal is to, again, be able to cover those full-time operations, both from the police department and the fire department. So in the budget that's been prepared by Public Works, we are covering overtime from both police and fire. We are not covering the actual costs for the employees. So we have not grown to the point financially where we can cover the actual costs for police and fire. And again, just to remind the council, that has not ever occurred in the past, at least in the 10 years that I've been here. The third goal that we set for the airport was to cover all capital improvement needs. So this includes property purchases, and some of the council has been involved in recent property purchases, but also capital improvements such as the parking lot, the taxiways, the runways. And this is a pretty significant goal to set for the airport. These are very, very expensive CIP projects, but that's kind of what we've been looking at as we prepared the budget for this upcoming fiscal year. So we'll talk a little bit more detail about some of those. And again, as you see some of the requests that have been included in the budget when it's given to the council, you'll see some additional staff that's been added to it. So the supplemental that we've turned into finance, it actually has a range of additional staff members. And specifically, the reason that we're looking at a range of additional staff members relates to the firefighting needs at the airport. Brian's going to go into some detail here, but just as a quick summary, The ARF, it's the fire. I apologize for using the acronym. So the firefighting needs at the airport have an index, and they change depending on the size of the planes that are flying in, the frequency of the planes, the departures and the arrivals. There's a whole series, and Brian's going to go into some detail on this. But what we're finding, notification from the airlines is coming that some of those changes that will push us into the next index are likely to occur in the upcoming fiscal year. We're trying to work again with the airlines. We're working with the administration and finance to know exactly the timing, because we don't have a set time that's going to occur during the fiscal year. But there's indications that, you know, those changes are coming, and so we're trying to coordinate and present the best budget with some flexibility both to finance and the administration. But there are some additional staff needs, and again, it's mostly related to firefighting. A couple of other fee changes that are being proposed in the budget. The daily parking, our current parking rate at the airport is $10 a day. We're recommending to the administration to increase that to $12 a day. Landing fees, you can see it's a small increase. There are also terminal fees that are charged through the airlines per passenger. There's also an increase there, and also a new passenger facility charge. So let me just cover CIP
Dave,
projects.
could I ask you a question on that real quick?
Sure.
I had a mind blank. Go back. Okay. Oh, right. I thought of it. Now we still need to put a lot of capital improvements in the parking lot, right? Paving it, and I think some stuff with payment and that. So is this increase enough to cover those capital improvements?
So you're kind of jumping ahead. It was just the next slide I was going to.
Okay, sorry. My other question then really quick, and you might be you might be going to answer this. Let me know. I've talked to people about our airport. Now this is people that own their own planes, I guess, and fly themselves, or so they have a hangar and whatnot, right, to keep their plane.
Right.
I've heard that, I believe, is it Spanish Fork or Springville? Which one has the airport?
Spanish Fork.
Spanish Fork. They do a lot more of that private plane, and I've heard it just because it's cheaper. So I'm just wondering, have we looked at making sure we do our fees such that we're maximizing using the space we have for those private planes versus losing business to Spanish Fork?
So I'm going to let Brian answer at least the details on that, but one of the I'll answer the question in kind of a broad general approach, and I'll let Brian add some detail on it. But one of the things that the airport is finding, and this is not new, this is not just the last fiscal year. You know, for years we've found ourselves having to kind of define ourselves. Where's our priority? Where are we going to, you know, dedicate as far as land that's within the fenced area at the airport, and what are we going to focus on? And we certainly can't focus on everything. We have to kind of pick and choose. There's a variety of different things that could be very important to the airport. For instance, one of the things that has been talked about for some time is, do we focus on cargo? Right now, we have very little, you know, dedicated to cargo. You're probably familiar with Salt Lake, you know, UPS and, you know, American, what is it? Anyway, there's several cargo deliveries that can go out of Salt Lake. And that has, from time to time, that question has come up, and it's a very similar question as far as the private hangars. Do we want to focus? How much do we focus? What is the focus? What are the size of the hangars? Things like that. And so, in the exercise of updating the master plan, that is one of the key questions that we go through. And are there pros and cons? Are we losing business, you know, to other airports? And at some point, you kind of have to pick and choose. Where are we going to make the focus? And so that is an exercise that's ongoing right now.
That's what I figured. And we're obviously a much bigger airport and looking to be international and whatnot. I mean, Spanish Fork can't even touch that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I figured that was probably part of the equation.
Yep.
Hey, I have just a question, sort of a question here. Someone asked me the other day about parking at the airport, and then it looks like we're raising fees here from $10 to $12. And I assume that's like an administrative fee raise, not a council fee raise. But I think the long-term parking at the Salt Lake International Airport is $10 a day. So we're exceeding that. How are you like making those kind of decisions across the board on fees? And how do we know if we're still like supporting 90%, 98% of the people using that, especially our citizens?
Yeah. So to answer the first part of the question, as far as the comparison, so one of the things, as we talked about the parking fee, we oftentimes look at other airports, specifically in Utah. One of the things that Brian, and again, I'll let Brian provide some detail on this, but we were told that long-term parking in Salt Lake is actually going to $13 in their upcoming budget. And so it does make a bit of a difference as we consider increases. It's certainly not the only factor that we're looking at, but it's one of the things, you know, we're trying to stay within the ballpark of other airports. And so with that notification, and again, it's long-term parking versus a much shorter, much closer parking at the Provo Airport. But we also, you have to, you know, in my mind, you have to realize much of that is temporary asphalt right now. And so we have, as was pointed out, we have some capital improvements that need to be done too. So all of those factors kind of play into, you know, some of these fee increases that we recommend.
It's also a lot closer parking.
It is, yes.
And we have less land.
It's definitely closer. So let me
David, can I ask one more question?
Yes, you're fine.
I hear compliments all the time from our citizens. They're just delighted with the new airport and all its amenities. As I mentioned to Brian before, I think the only complaint I've heard has to do with signage in routes and parking and whatever. And I'm wondering if you're looking at some improved signage as part of your budget.
We are, in fact, some of the signage has already been changed based on comments that we received directly from passengers, and it's kind of an ongoing basis. And it's not just out in the parking lot. Some of it is inside the building. Just, you know, being able to communicate with the passengers and finding ourselves having a lot more passengers in a terminal, you know, less staff to, you know, at least on a one-on-one basis to be able to interact with those passengers and help them find locations. So we're finding ourselves needing to communicate through signs much more. And so that is built into the budget.
Yeah, I think the number one issue there was the signs are too small. They're not clear enough, particularly outside.
Yep.
On the roadways and in the parking areas.
Yep.
So thank you.
It's definitely one of many issues that we're looking at as far as improvements there. So the question that was asked earlier, and again, I think this is the last slide I'll cover, and I'll let Brian jump in as far as the operation. So again, the third goal that we looked at is CIP projects, major CIP projects at the airport, and eventually getting to the point where financially we can cover these. So these are the immediate CIP needs. There's a longer list, obviously, that covers many years in the airport. I'll just make a comment about a couple of these. If Brian wants to add some detail on some of these, or if there's a question on some of the details of these CIP projects, you can certainly ask. But a couple of things. So the first four down to the parking lot expansion. So the four above the parking lot expansion, we have a financial strategy to move forward and get those four projects done with no change, no general fund transfer coming in. So again, I think that's a major step for the airport to be able to get at least a portion of the CIP projects done that need to move forward in the upcoming fiscal year. The challenge starts in the fifth project down. So the parking lot that was specifically mentioned, the question that was asked about it. And there's not a question, even in my mind, a good chunk of the parking lot is temporary asphalt. There's some lighting needs from a security issue, things like that. And it's definitely on our radar screen as far as a need. But we're likely to turn back to the general fund on those kind of projects from the fifth project down. And again, working with finance and with the administration to finalize which CIP projects are included in the upcoming budget. But you can see this is the list that's being discussed right now. So with that, I'm going to turn wherever Brian's at. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Council, thank you for this opportunity. First of all, I just want to take a minute and recognize Dave and a few others. Lots changed at the airport in the last 12 months, and I really appreciate Dave's support and his wisdom and helping us through those transitions. But also back in the back, if my managers would stand up, just so the council's aware of who the airport administration and the managers are. So I have Trent Johnson on the left. He's our airport terminal landside operations manager. In the middle is Donovan Sheff. He's our security manager. And then Matt Jensen is our operations airfield manager. So these three keep your airport running. And couldn't do it without those three and obviously their staff, but wanted the council to be aware of some new faces and as they've recently been put in their position. So just want to give you more of a general update of what's going on at the airport. And Mr. Fillmore has probably seen a lot of this presentation, but I think it's definitely valuable for the rest of the council as well. And being involved at the airport over the last 12 months is like holding a tiger by the tail. And what an amazing story and the vision that our mayor and Isaac had in moving forward with the terminal expansion. So just first thing I wanted to do is just maybe hit on marketing real quick. What efforts we are making to get the name of the Provo Airport out there. We've partnered with Explore Utah Valley, who is very good at what they do. Our very small contribution to their efforts is added upon by the county. Almost 6 times our contribution the county has added. And you can see kind of some of the data that they have pulled from just the last 3 months. So millions and millions of digital impressions being floated out there by Explore Utah Valley and the different media outlets that they're using to do that. So I very much appreciate their partnership and their willingness to help out there. Also, we are one of the official sponsors of the Western Athletic Conference. This is kind of a weird one. You're probably wondering, where in the world did that come from? Well, they approached us, and given that we have Utah Valley right in our backyard as a member of the WAC, we thought, well, what the heck, let's get our name out there. And so kind of some cool things. If you were at the WAC championship tournament in Las Vegas, you would have seen these Provo Airport banners at that conference or championship. So just a few of the things. And then also, obviously, our airlines are doing their own marketing, which only helps to market us as well. So now I want to step into kind of the daily operations of the terminal, and maybe this paints a picture of some of the budget needs that we see moving forward and some of the challenges that Dave mentioned. So this is a snapshot of our daily schedule. So you can see this is actually from Sunday, March 5th, and you can see the number of flights that are kind of spread throughout the day. And really this slide is meant to, one, show that there are definitely times during the day where we cannot accommodate additional flights from what we have today. If you've been out to the airport and seen the apron in the morning, you'll see we cannot accommodate a single extra airplane as well. So we have 9 aircraft based at Provo Airport. Our terminal is designed for 4. And so it's been a challenge to get through that. And so as we talk about terminal expansion, that will definitely make sense why we're talking that so soon. Also, this slide is meant to show that we are pretty much a 24-hour operation at the airport. If you look at our schedule with multiple flights arriving late at night, very often delayed 2, 3, sometimes even 4 hours. Our guys are leaving the terminal building at 3:30, 4 in the morning, just for the next shift to open up at 4:30. So, and that extends to our fire department and our police officers that are also required to be there during those flight operations. So, yes.
So what you're saying is that when the private airlines have delays, it costs the city money.
When the private airlines.
When, you know, Allegiant has a flight that's late, you guys all have to stay later. So that's overtime. So
Correct.
their operations are costing us sometimes.
I guess the net, probably not, but definitely it is an expense that we have to cover. So, but it all washes out in the end, and we'll get to some of the revenue. And in the end, I mean, that's part of operating an airport, right? Is being to provide the facility for those folks to operate. So, but yes, their delays do cost more than just themselves.
And one complaint I have heard is that there are delays.
Mhm.
I got to fly out. I was delayed going out, but not coming back, thankfully. The way you said your comment made it sound like this happens a lot at our airport. What's the status for that?
So I wouldn't say it has anything to do with our airport. It has more to do with our airlines. And I think Ms. McKay was included on an email that I provided to answer this exact question. So the model that makes Allegiant and Breeze successful at Provo, which they're killing it, honestly. They're doing a fantastic job, but that same model, which is a point to point, they fly point to point. They're not a hub and spoke model like you would see some of the major carriers. And that's typical of your low cost and ultra low cost carriers. Well, that's also susceptible to delays because that plane leaves Provo, it flies to Santa Ana or San Diego, then it leaves and goes to Florida or Nashville or Chicago, and then it comes back. And so they don't have the luxury of having extra planes just sitting around waiting to plug in if there's a delay. And so you're forced to wait for that plane to get back from its long day's journey before you can depart Provo or depart Santa Ana or so anyway, it's just the model that they operate under, and they are, I guess you get what you pay for, right? And they, especially Allegiant, they're pretty unapologetic about that. It's hey, this is our model and it works really well for us. And that's part of the reason why you'll see our focus shifting to the major network carriers, because we love Allegiant, we love Breeze, and their product's great for some people, but not for everybody. And we recognize that. So our efforts are being focused on attracting a major network carrier where there's a little more reliability and consistent schedule. So
Now, to be specific, Allegiant has the bigger problem, correct? Isn't Breeze more on time?
well, I don't know that that's true.
Okay.
It's just Allegiant flies more flights right now, and so maybe it's more prevalent. But again, both airlines are they do very well. And yeah, you're going to experience more delays than you would with Delta, who has 10 planes sitting on the ramp waiting to plug in if a plane's delayed. And again, they just don't have that luxury.
Thanks for explaining that. That's helpful for us as we get questions like that so that we have a little bit of sense of the model.
Yeah.
So
So one thing
it's
it's interesting, something that Breeze learned themselves was the winter winds really affected their schedule this winter. They put it in their models for travel times from Orlando to Santa Ana, but they didn't factor in the winds. And so their travel times were a lot longer than they had anticipated. And so things like that. We also have Santa Ana in particular, we have a nightly curfew. And so if there are delays past a point, you cannot take off out of Santa Ana after 10:30. And so if a delay in Orlando causes either that Allegiant or Breeze plane to arrive in Santa Ana too late, they're forced to stay there and they're forced to cancel a flight.
But we don't want to do a curfew like that.
We don't. In fact, the FAA doesn't really allow it. So there are really only 4 or 5 airports that are restricted in that way, either through slot restrictions or noise restrictions. So hopefully that's helpful. Just a brief overview of what the 2 airlines are doing. This is since opening our existing terminal or our new terminal. So Allegiant's flown over 2,400 flights. That's in and out with 184,000 passengers in plane. And in plane just means they're getting on in Provo and going somewhere else. and then over 360,000 total passengers. Last month alone, Allegiant did 30,000 enplanements, which is the highest we've seen. And Breeze did 8,000. So you can see Allegiant's winning the day, but that 8,000 number for Breeze from last month is actually double what they've done in any other month. So where they've now doubled up their Santa Ana flights twice daily, that will help them definitely as they start to expand their network and their operations. So total, as of April 1st, we've put over 420,000 passengers through our terminal building. And there's been some questions about the incentives that were offered to our airlines as part of new entrant airlines or new routes. And while we're not getting a landing fee or a terminal fee for those passengers, we are getting the parking revenue, which far exceeds anything we would be getting out of the landing fee. So the incentives are about $2.75 per in-plane passenger. And when you think about the parking revenue that's coming in, again, it's hard to say that they wouldn't have come anyway, but that incentive was definitely instrumental in getting Breeze here. And so those incentives will eventually dry up and we'll be collecting those revenues. So I know there was a question from the council about the incentives. So hopefully if you have any other questions, you're more than welcome to ask about those.
Anybody need more info on that? All right, thanks.
So I want to get in. Now this slide could potentially be confusing. And so this actually has a pretty huge impact on our operations, particularly our airport rescue and firefighting requirements. So the FAA requires that we have ARF. I'm just going to simplify it and call it ARF because I'll fumble through airport rescue and firefighting. So ARF index is what it's called. We are currently an ARF index B, and the index, like Dave mentioned, is determined by length of aircraft and average daily departures. So right now, Breeze is flying the Embraer 190, which is an index B aircraft, and Allegiant is flying the A319 and the A320, which is also an index B aircraft. Because they are above, they're departing 5 or more times daily, then that sticks them in index B. If they were under 5 departures a day, which they were in July, they would actually be one index lower. And so in July, we were ARF index A. Now, going back to index B was not an issue because that's where we started when Allegiant was flying the MD-80 a decade ago, which is an index C aircraft. Anyway, again, I told you this could get really complicated. So what we're up against is Breeze is flying the Airbus A220, which is an index C aircraft. It's literally 8 inches longer than the 126 feet. They're departing anywhere between 2 to 3 departures a day with that aircraft. But because they're under 5 departures a day, we still fall under the index B requirement. Now, if Breeze gets to 5 departures a day with their A220, then we're required to go to an ARF index C. Or if Allegiant switches their aircraft to a longer Boeing 737 MAX, which they have indicated they will be within the next 12 months, that is also an index C aircraft. So if you take the daily departures that are occurring with ARF index B aircraft today, so 7 daily departures on average, and move that to ARF index C aircraft, you can see we are at 5 or more departures with an index C aircraft. What that means is an increased requirement for ARF vehicles and personnel.
Counselor Whipple has a question.
How much notice do they need to give you before they make those switches so that you can be prepared?
Yeah, so great question. we cannot operate without meeting index. And so it's a good move for them to notify us. In fact, Allegiant in November notified us of their intent to begin swapping out aircraft, not only those that are based here, but just any aircraft that may be landing here and then departing with the 737. So they have 50 aircraft on order from Boeing, and as part of just rejuvenating their fleet of aircraft, they'll be switching out some of those A319s to the 737s. So they gave us some notice, understanding it wasn't going to happen overnight, and that probably realistically we were within 12 to 18 months of that actually happening. Now, Breeze, when they came in, we were fully aware that they were flying the A220 and that they would be starting slowly. So this is something that Chief Miguel from Fire and Chief Hedman and myself, as well as Matt and my managers, we've been working on for quite some time. One, convincing the FAA that, hey, we can't get this equipment overnight. It's a 24-month build. And so we've got to be able to react quickly. And anyway, the FAA, federal government, doesn't move quickly. And so anyway, we will likely end up having to lease equipment temporarily before we can actually get our own built. But anyway, so to answer your question, they've given us some time. Unfortunately, it's such a huge impact that it never seems like enough time.
So have you already put in an order for this equipment that we'll need when we move up an index?
We haven't. So we have currently, as it sits today, if you're looking at this diagram and the Moon rover firefighting machine, we have one of those which meets our current ARF index requirements. There's a couple of different variations of how we can meet index C. The simplest way to explain it is what you're seeing here. We would need an additional ARF vehicle as well as a 1-ton pickup truck equipped with 100 gallons of water and some solid firefighting chemical. The FAA has approved the funding to purchase the additional ARF vehicle. However, they're pretty careful not to go ahead and release those funds until it's warranted. So they don't want us being what they call out of index too soon. And so there's been a lot of back and forth between us and our certification inspector to say, yeah, go ahead and buy it. But that we have federal funding to purchase a second vehicle, at least of this size. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that's really helpful. It's hard deciding when to do things when deadlines have that big of a window.
Yep.
And yeah.
So Ms. Whipple, you're hitting it right on the head, the struggle that we're having, because it's not just an equipment issue, it's a manpower. So you look at the current ARF index, we have essentially 2 firefighters on duty full time. And as Dave mentioned, they're covering that with overtime currently for the most part. But you can see the manpower impact that staffing 3 vehicles has. And so we've worked with Chief Miguel. We didn't like the idea of firefighters sitting at the ARF station just waiting for something to happen. And so we didn't feel like that was an efficient use of personnel. And so we come up with, and thanks to Chief Miguel really for pushing this and helping us see that it's probably the best way to go. As you can see on the ARF Index C, what we'd be looking to do is a combination of firefighters that would be stationed full-time at the airport, similar to the way police is now, but also supplemented with airport operations staff. Which our operation folks need to be there anyway. The challenge is they have to be available to respond because we do have a response requirement. So anyway, that's kind of the hybrid model that we're looking at implementing as we move into this. How quickly we're going to need those extra people, we're not 100% sure. And so we're hoping to provide some flexibility and but also be able to respond as quickly as possible when that requirement is here upon our doorstep. So,
I'm sorry to take so much time on this. I really appreciate this. This is fantastic. When we entered into these contracts with Breeze and Allegiant, did those contracts anticipate us moving into Index C and those additional costs that we would incur, or were they set up with Index B?
So I don't know that the agreements even get into that. In fact, I know they don't. It's just, again, a year ago, we were begging for anyone to come and fly. And so maybe it was a bit short-sighted on the facility and the confidence that we should have, at least myself, I should have had. But it doesn't anticipate. Now, I will say, we know that any airline at any point could ask to operate in Provo. And so I do want to point out that, for example, and we're going to get into this in the slide if we have time, our focus is on an airline like a United or an American or even a Southwest that has a great network. Well, most of those carriers fly Index C aircraft. And so while we're focusing on what Breeze and Allegiant are doing currently, we need to be ready for those other airlines that want to come and operate as well.
So we always knew we have to do Index C, and it's just been a little bit of a grace that we've been able to get by at Index B for so long as it's been ramping up.
Yep. Like I say, this has been on our radar for quite a while. Again, it's hard to know exactly when that threshold will be met, but we know that we will be held to that threshold until we meet that requirement. We cannot exceed it, even for 2 days, even for 24 hours. We can't exceed it. We'll either have to limit flights, which would be the last thing we want to do, or we would have to ramp up. And we have a plan to meet that. So we've already started training our airport staff in airport rescue and firefighting. The ones that we have, obviously any additional staff that would come as part of this budget proposal would have to be trained as well. But then there's going to be a transition period from where we are today to what you see on the right side of this slide. So, and we're just trying to figure out with the administration what the timing, the best timing is there. So, because it is quite impactful from a manpower perspective. Any other questions related to ARF? Like I say, there's an entire advisory circular on it if you really are bored and want to read through those requirements. But just want to give a little bit of information about where is everyone coming that's visiting us at the Provo Airport. So you'll see about a third of our passengers come from our neighboring counties to the north. So 20% of our passengers are actually coming from Salt Lake City, with another combined 9 or 10% from Ogden, Clearfield, Logan. So those folks are passing Salt Lake International to come to Provo. It's no surprise to me why. Again, I think the price point's great on an airline if you travel wisely and you can travel without luggage and those sorts of things. But it just speaks to our facilities and the convenience, and people want to avoid the chaos of Salt Lake. So I thought that was, and these are actually old numbers. These are from 2021. So I would be surprised if those numbers haven't increased. So we talked a little bit about our focus, and this is where a lot of my time and effort is being spent is,
10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll be able to wrap it up. So we talked about our focus. We're spending a lot of time and effort on air service development. We've had great conversations with several of the major carriers. And you can see Allegiant Breeze is doing a great job of serving our top markets as it is. If you all aren't aware, they did announce Chicago Midway about a month and a half ago. So that'll be beginning in June. And so we're excited about that. But we recognize that if we really want to, we have about 3 million passengers from Utah County that are a year that are going to Salt Lake International. We recognize if we want to attract those passengers, we need to provide other options for airlines. I will say in markets where we have consistent service of four days a week or more, such as Mesa and Santa Ana, we capture about 50% of all passengers going to those destinations. So we actually have more passengers going to Phoenix and Mesa using Provo than are using Salt Lake right now. So this is our network map, just again, kind of showing what's going on. The dotted lines are what we're focusing on next with those major network carriers, such as Southwest or Alaska, United, and American Airlines. I will say, just some perspective, the airline industry is in a spot right now with pilots, and you may have heard that there is a huge pilot shortage. It's working its way out. The pandemic certainly didn't help. The major airlines bought out almost 7,000 pilots in early retirement, and so you have 7,000 pilots leave the system, and takes a really long time to get that number of pilots back. And so the demand is there from the passenger perspective, but the planes, for example, American Airlines has 100 planes sitting on the ground. SkyWest, who's a Utah-based airline, they've got about 90 aircraft sitting, which again, over the next 12 to 18 months, that will kind of work itself out. But and then we hope to be ready with the terminal expansion for those folks that are wanting to come in and operate. We're focusing on our business community. In October, we sent out a survey asking all of our local businesses for their travel data. How many passengers are they putting on planes and where are they going? We had up to date, and we've had over 260 responses, and we invited those folks taking the survey to join us in what we're calling our business travel task force. So these are businesses like Ancestry, Qualtrics, and Vivint. All of those have responded. And so these are major players. And our hope is to get them in a room with our airline partners to where the airlines have all of the industry data. They know who's traveling where, but what they don't have is this local employment data that we see as being very important in moving forward and attracting those major airlines. So let's talk terminal expansion for just a minute. I had a few slides on this that we took out just because it was a little bit silly, but our airline partners get creative on how they can add additional gates to our terminal. So both airlines are scrambling to try and figure out how can we get more planes and put more people on, because the 4 gates we have for them, they see is not enough. And so that, along with requests from both airlines to work towards an international arrivals federal inspection station. You've heard Mayor Kafusi talk about the Provo International Airport. That's not a pipe dream. In fact, as soon as the next 8 months, you'll likely be seeing international destinations from Provo, although they'll have to go through other destinations for customs clearance because we're not ready for that yet. But Allegiant Airlines is in, for lack of a better term, a merger with Viva Aerobus Mexico, which is a Mexican airline. They see travel between the Western United States and those Mexican nationals being a big part of their business moving forward. And so, and they've indicated and asked that Provo get ready for that. So this is just a rendering of, so right in the foreground is the existing terminal with a bit of an expansion on the right side of the screen to ticketing and baggage processing. But the main part of the expansion, at least this first stage, will be on the south end of the terminal, which is on the left side of the screen. And again, this is just kind of our terminal expansion. Today, we have 3 ground boarded gates and 1 jet bridge. Our expansion will include all jet bridges from here on out. That will be more of your typical concourse elevated airport with airline operations and such happening on the ground floor. But also, if you look at the bottom half of that, you'll see on the right side, the customs. So that is a fairly large part of the expansion, although I will say we're designing, or we will be designing, these are just obviously at concept level, but we don't want to build 2 international gates that can only be used for international, because it's not likely we'll have frequency of international arrivals to keep those gates full. And so you'll see a series of doors and things that actually during international arrivals, they will be funneled down through a hallway and kept separated from the world until they can be cleared. So here's just a little bit of a site plan concept of, you'll see expanded parking lots as well as that configuration of planes on the ramp. We've actually started, so this is just a rough concept of what we think we'll be able to do the expansion for. So just in terms of size and scale, the original terminal project was approximately 65 million all in. So we're looking to do that again. A large part of that is baggage systems and things, which obviously will be value engineering as we go through this, and we'll maybe taking a little bit smaller baby steps in the expansion as we move forward and into the design, making sure we have the money that we need. So the last couple of months, Isaac and the mayor have been busy soliciting funding. So we anticipate the federal participation in this project being critical to getting us there. As you're probably aware, we've already received funding from the county, $10 million. The county commission appropriated to the expansion of the terminal. So these numbers in green is funding that is committed and set aside for this project. So we're well on our way to the funding that we need. Obviously, some pretty major pieces missing there as we solicit the FAA for additional money, as well as our partners here in the county through the Mountain Land Association of Government. So we've started the design process for the ramp so that we're taking advantage of construction season and hope to be under construction this fall on at least the dirt work portions of the apron expansion. So, and that's all I have. If there are any questions.
Councilor Whipple.
I'm just going to repeat my quest for long-term bike parking.
Yep.
You knew this would come from me. I was really disappointed that I couldn't ride my bike to fly out of there. Especially with these low-cost carriers where you're paying for your bag. A lot of people will travel light. And I really wanted to abandon my family and ride my bike anyway, so that if the bike got stolen, it would just be mine, and my husband vetoed that idea. But I've sent you different options. I hope that you look at those and incorporate them into this next phase of it. If nothing else, it would be good for people who are working there, if they want something that's covered, if we do more of a room thing. So that would be good, because we do have local workers working there at the airport, and great bike trail to get over to it. So
Absolutely.
I'd like to see that.
Perfect. We're not waiting for the expansion to do that. We're working on it. So
Anyone else? Councilor Fillmore.
Brian, if everything went according to plan and you have your funding, what is your time frame to expand to the full 10 or more gates?
Sure. A lot of it depends on the federal funding piece. So we can't even apply for that $20 million until about October. And then we would expect to have an award announcement if we are successful in March of next year. And so we'll be moving over the next year through concept development so that if we are successful, we're ready to pull the trigger on construction 12 to 15 months from now, and then you're probably 2 to 2.5 years in construction. So now the apron, my hope is that fall of 24, we will have apron ready to where we can operate more of a satellite gate out of the existing terminal, which is what the airlines are as a stopgap requesting. And so you could see additional gate, similar to what they're doing at the end of concourse whatever it is in Salt Lake, you go outside and we wouldn't ride a bus. Obviously, we're not that big, but you would walk through a covered walkway out to a airplane position waiting on the apron. So I hope I'm hopeful that will happen in the next 18 months.
In your discussions with the major airlines, are they eager enough to help you out financially to create an
Some
airport
are.
to accommodate them?
Some are. Some have offered. You really have to wonder what you're getting in return and what strings are attached to those dollars. And so we've been pretty careful on accepting those. I think if the right carrier came to us, we would entertain that a little bit more seriously. Right now, that right carrier has not come to the table with that yet. So,
thanks.
I just wanted to confirm that while you'd be doing this construction and expansion, you would not have to see a decrease in number of flights, but you would probably be able to increase it as you're doing the construction.
correct. It will be a dance for sure. Because a lot of the expansion will be happening in the baggage processing areas. And so if anything slows down, you may see the baggage processing, but we have great partners with our TSA folks that we're confident that we'll keep the flow going. So, but there will be an impact for sure. It's going to be a bit messy, but we did design the existing terminal to expand with minimal disruption. So we're hopeful that those disruptions are kept to a minimum.
Okay, I think that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Thanks, Dave. Do you have more on this?
Can I take one more minute? Brian started by saying some kind words as far as thanks. And if I can expand just a bit beyond what he stated, I think we need to first recognize what I recognize in Brian is doing just a fantastic job. I mean, you think about what's happened over the last year at the airport, a lot of changes there, and also the mayor, the administration, but also to the council. We very much appreciate your support at the airport. There's a lot of things happening. Also, I need to recognize the fire and police department. We talk quite a bit about them, but it's surprising how many comments I receive directly when I'm at the airport from passengers that talk about the police officers that help. I mean, they truly are the first impression for a lot of people coming in at the airport and do just a fantastic job. So this is a large team effort going on out there. This is not a small group that are making this happen. So we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. Thanks, Dave. All right. The last one of the work meeting, presentation regarding the flood mitigation and spring runoff. And we did ask Dave Decker to do this for us. Just, we know it's on the public's mind, something that they can refer to specifically, but I know the administration is on top of this and we'd love an update.
That's great. And I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you very much again for the opportunity to give the council an update on this. And we're going to go pretty quickly through this. And hopefully, again, give the council plenty of opportunities to ask some questions. Our preparation in public works for potential spring runoff actually started last fall, and we'll cover that in a bit. But we started seeing snow and some other hints even before Halloween about the potential coming winter time. And a few things actually started last fall, but I'm gonna cover some details as far as the spring and specific issues that we've started in the last 2 months. So one of them is a website. This is actually on the city homepage, and you can see the link. Residents can be able to get into this. And I'm only going to show you part of this website, but there's a frequently asked question, and I'm not going to go through every single question here. But there's lots of information. There's several maps and pieces of information that the public can find on this link. Let me just cover one of the things that we oftentimes get asked about is where are we at as far as snowpack? Lots of people know through the media and other events that we have lots of snowpack. So one of the things that one of several items that we keep an eye on is what they call a snowtel site. And I'll show you the map in just a minute, the snowtel sites. In fact, let me just skip there right now. This is a map of the snowtel site. So every one of these dots has basically a SCADA system that automatically reads snow levels. And you can see in the lower left-hand corner, the bluer or the more purple the dot is, the more snow there is on that snowtel site. Some interesting patterns to look at here as you move further east off the Wasatch Front into the high Uintas. They actually change a bit into a little bit lower categories, still pretty high categories, but an interesting pattern that we're seeing in the snowtel sites. So let me just back up here and show you a bit of the detail in the pattern. So this is the snowtel site for Cascade Peak. This is one of the peaks that's very close to Rock Canyon. And just really quickly explain the colors pattern that you're seeing on this. Shows different years, and the years are over on the right-hand side. You can see the minimum and the maximum. The minimum ever recorded on this site is illustrated in the red on the lower part of this graph. The maximum ever recorded on this site is the purple line that's across the top. The black line that's on the top that's outside of that color code is our current snowpack. Yeah, and that's Mr. Fillmore. That's exactly what I do every morning. I look at this is, you have got to be kidding me. And I don't know exactly what the percent is, but it's about 50. It's roughly 50% more than ever recorded on that peak in that snowtel site. So it tells you a little bit of the illustration why we are concerned. One other snowtel site I'll just hit on really quickly. So this is the peak at Timpanogos, the divide at Timpanogos, not quite as extreme, but it's still higher than ever recorded, and some pretty big challenges being illustrated here. The only reason that I included this is it helps to illustrate the potential issues, where the water is going to go. Are we going to fill reservoirs? I think all of those answers are yes. And are we going to see some challenges with spring runoff? I almost certainly think we are. So again, focused mostly in February and March timeframe. One of the things that we focused on obviously is sandbags. We have over 200,000 sandbags ordered. And this started again early February. We started ordering. We placed 5 different orders over those 2 months as it's become more and more evident that we're likely to see some challenges on some of these drainages. Volunteers, and again, this goes back to my comment, my thanks about the airport. We've seen just an incredible response from the public as far as leading up and filling sandbags. My goal was to have 100,000 filled sandbags by May 1st. Today, we're about 75,000 filled. And so I think we're gonna meet the goal and maybe more. In fact, we probably need more, frankly. But great, especially Friday evening. So again, some fantastic staff working behind the scenes to make this happen. We've had a volunteer schedule. Emily Guerrero, especially in public services, has played a key role in putting a lot of this together. But again, the volunteers, we even have people coming from outside of Provo City. The other day I was filling sandbags, and 2 people I was working with, one from Vineyard and one from Orem City, they're helping to fill sandbags. So really positive response across the board. Just a couple of pictures. Most of this is happening in the yard at Public Works. And we started just a few items, some details. We started this operation within Public Works. We did 1 week of effort within just using Public Works employees. The next week, we switched to citywide employees. So every city employee was asked to participate that week. Fantastic response across the board. And then we switched to the public the following week. I think we're in week 5 or 6 right now of sandbag operations so far. So
Dave, quick question.
Yes.
So when we talk about our goal, is that for city use, or does that include all the ones that have been filled for personal use?
So let me answer that question. So right now we've handed out, and one of the frequently asked questions is, can residents pick up sandbags? And the answer is yes. You can get a package of 25 at Public Works. It's on the website, and we actually have a location where people can fill those. Those are the ones that we expect a resident to be able to take home and use as they see fit. The pictures that you're seeing in this operation are intended for the city use.
Perfect.
And so that goal again is mostly for city use. So just to date, as many as we've handed out for that are not filled, this is not part of the city use sandbags. We estimate about 30 to 35,000 sandbags that we've handed out to residents. It's a pretty consistent stream of people coming in for sandbags.
Thank you.
So this is an aerial shot, and it's only part of the sandbags, but you can, there's 3 different locations that we're stacking these sandbags. They're on pallets. We think we've thought through at least what I would call a planned emergency stage fairly well, where they're on pallets. They can be loaded quickly on transport trailers. You can also see in the upper left-hand corner, sandbags being put in what they call hook trucks or vehicles. These are basically large bins that can be pulled onto a sanitation vehicle or into a private vehicle. And by the way, we have several private partners that are helping. We have several people, industries that have volunteered material. The sand is being donated to the city. We have several contractors, private contractors, that have put us on notice that both material and their equipment is available to Public Works on just a last minute notice. I mean, people are really stepping up. So I think that's the last picture. Jimmy, do we have anything else there? So just a couple of items. Let me mention the river and then also the frontal canyon. So as far as the river, the efforts that we focused on the river has mostly been cleaning out the river. And again, a very good response. We've met with several HOAs that have homes or property along the river. We've asked Energy and Parks to participate with Public Works in cleaning out the river. They did that about 3 weeks ago. We divided it into thirds, and it was only a matter of a couple of days. Both departments that helped Public Works responded very, very well. As far as the frontal canyons, I get a question from time to time, and this is dating me a bit here, but people that can remember the 80s know that we actually had to sandbag Third South and a couple of other locations in Provo, and I actually have some pictures. We found some pictures historically. We are actually preparing for that potential event, and that's the reason that we're getting sandbags in the volume that we are. Now, having said that, in every single location along the frontal canyons that flooded in the 80s, we have significantly changed the infrastructure. Either pipes or detention ponds have been added. And so in those, if those events happen, and I'm certainly not predicting those same events happen, but if those events happen today, we're probably in a better situation as far as detaining in an existing detention pond or being able to use the pipe system. However, as you'll note, as if you're following some of the other flooding that's happening throughout the state, one of the concerns, and you've already seen one play out in Davis County, where a pipe system was plugged very quickly with rocks and debris coming down a drainage system, plug the pipe up, and then it's on the street in just a matter of minutes and can do a lot of damage in a big hurry. And that is one thing that we are watching. So we actually have a video set up on the major drainages in the city, so we can watch for that kind of an event happening. Even at night, we can be able to see something happening like that. So we're trying to think through potential issues and been pretty aggressive.
Okay, Councillor Fillmore has a question.
Couple of questions, David. One is, I assume that you've made some effort to anticipate your drainage routes. That is where you're going to divert the water. There are some people, for example, in my area who live around Little Rock Canyon. They're wondering where the water is going to go and do they need bags? Is that on the site, or can you advertise where you're routing the water for people?
So we actually have those maps identified, and I've been a bit hesitant to make them public because it's going to, I know it's going to generate a lot of questions. And some of the obvious questions about, am I going to be able to access my driveway and which ways to travel? So let me Let me first tell the council, we've spent about 3-4 weeks now on this process. We've actually surveyed the drainage area so that we know that we have a full outfall. We have a plan as far as where the sandbags are going on the roadway itself. We even have a traffic plan around each of those routes. We know if we have to go to this extent. We have pipe ordered. Some of it's actually delivered already to Public Works for temporary bridges over through some of these channels. And again, this is probably worst case scenario. I hope it's worst case scenario. I hope we don't have to go beyond this. But we've thought through, and those maps are actually ready for publication. We had a bit of an internal debate how quickly we want to release that out of Public Works, but we're prepared, if the administration and the council wants to move forward, we're prepared to actually publish those maps.
One of the reasons I ask is we probably don't want to waste sandbags with private residences throwing sandbags in front of their house where the water's not even going to come close.
Yep.
In terms of your drainage route. The other question I had is, I know you've done a lot to try to clear the river debris, but you're going to have debris running down the river from up above anyway.
We already do.
Yeah, and so what I'm just curious what the procedure is for snagging trees and whatever coming down the river fresh to keep them so they don't plug up pipes and culverts.
So a couple of places, and you'll see this in the next week or so. So we're already staging equipment at key locations as far as flood control points. So as the river rises, and let me just back up before I go too far down that question. So right now, the Provo River is running just a tad over 500 cubic feet per second. In 2017 and 2019, which were the last two really good water years, the river went up to about 1,800 cubic feet. So, and we're being told that to anticipate at least that much in the Provo River. So triple, maybe even quadruple what you're seeing in the river currently today. So when we get to that point, the issue with the snags is going to become more prevalent, and particularly on bridges and other obstructions, that's where we really start to get concerned. And that's why we've encouraged residents to move things out of the riverbank, playhouses, picnic tables, anything that's close that can get swept into the river. We're asking people to move away from the river, a long distance away from the river. So the trees are a big enough problem. But we will start to stage equipment at key locations to try to pull some of that material, especially if it gets snagged on a bridge out. But we get concerned, and again, one of the major concerns that I have is getting debris underneath a bridge that where we cannot reach it with a piece of equipment, and at that point, it's very difficult to get out.
Is there a strategy? I mean, there has to be a strategy. What is the strategy with Deer Creek and its release levels to try to empty out the reservoirs in anticipation of the flooding?
So I'll try not to get too far into the groundwater question, because that's actually one of the key things that we've actually tried to encourage both the Provo River Water Users Association and some of the other agencies that control those two reservoirs. And it goes back to the strategy of how we're using water and where we're storing extra water. And we're getting a great illustration this spring of nature giving us lots of extra water. And are we putting it to long-term, not just short-term, but long-term beneficial use? Are we putting it someplace? So we've actually gone and met with those agencies and said, is there a way to empty some of these reservoirs and get those lower down so that you don't see as much water coming down the Provo River? And again, some strategy with water management combined. Most of them have been open. I think on a personal level, I think most of those agencies are open to that concept. But I have to say that you're dealing with some federal agencies behind those, those agencies, those local agencies that we often deal with. And it's very, very difficult to get, some of those change in the mindset, run through. This topic, this question is much more prevalent right now in California. You're seeing a lot of media and a lot of criticism aimed at the state of California right now about not being prepared for these high flows and basically, wasting the water that nature's giving us in this spring. So we've tried, and I guess this, Mr. Fillmore, this goes back to my point when I first started this presentation about October. So in October, one of the things that we did in Public Works is we actually went to our water management group and said, we have extra water. We have, they call it carryover water stored in Deer Creek Reservoir. And that carryover water is subject to getting pushed out by spring flooding. And it's not replaced. It doesn't come back to Provo. The reservoir gets filled, but our name is not on that replacement water. And so one of the strategies that we started back in October was putting water in the ground, ASR. And Ryan York has been putting about 2,000 to 3,000 acre feet of water in ASR throughout the city this past winter, because we would just simply lose it in the coming spring. And so he's been aggressive as we can with the projects that we have right now, ASR projects that are active, but we could be much more aggressive with the right projects in place. And that's where we're going.
Well, it just strikes me that with the right cooperation from these other agencies, it's a twofer, right? I mean, we store water otherwise would be wasted, and we mitigate the flood risk. It seems so obvious, but I guess you got a lot of political crosswinds to deal with.
Yeah, I think that's a nice way to put it. It's a very difficult process, surprisingly difficult to get those agencies to talk amongst themselves and to coordinate. One of those federal agencies are controlling the release of water out of the dams, and another federal agency is worrying about the flood mitigation. You would think that they would be talking and cooperating.
One would think. Okay, thank you.
Dave, I have a couple questions. Number one, I've heard from residents that there's concrete things being put next to the river. Do you know who's doing that, or? So in a few locations, we have barriers, that are being put in locations. It's not Public Works. There may be some other agencies. I'm thinking down at the Delta Restoration. There's some work that's being still done there, and there's still construction actually going on in that location. We've met with the construction team there and some of the agencies that are involved and try to encourage them. We're concerned, again, if you go down and look at that area, there's only about 500 CFS running in the river. And if it triples or quadruples, you can see the problem. It's pretty evident, the challenge that they're going to have there. So we've actually met with those teams and tried to encourage some modifications down there. That may be where the question's coming from. It was a citizen who has a home on Riverside Golf Course, and she said they're happening there, but that's not us.
No.
Okay. My other question is, if someone's having the water in their backyard at 2 a.m., is it 311 they call and then do the water emergency number?
Yeah, so there's a couple of ways to get a response. 311 is the fastest, and whether that's at night or whether that's
anytime
during the day. Yep.
Okay.
So during the day, 311, we coordinate with Amanda and her team that were here just earlier, and they have the frequently asked questions. We've reviewed them with those. So if it's an obvious issue that's on that list, that's fine. Otherwise, they get transferred to Public Works, and our Public Services team addresses it. At night, those calls roll over automatically to the energy dispatch, and we have a list of employees that they can contact immediately. And we actually had a case about a week and a half ago. We had 20 employees out until 3 a.m. sandbagging a drainage that has never had water in it.
Wow.
We had neighbors telling us they've never seen water. They've lived there for 20 years and never seen water in that drainage. That kind of tells you,
big deal,
what we're in for.
Okay. I had one more question. I know that there's people that have built little islands in the river in certain areas. Are those going to cause trouble due to this? So the HOAs, we've met with several of the HOAs or private individuals that have some of those islands, and most of them have responded in a very positive way.
either pulling off, things that could potentially go into the river. I'm not aware of any island that's actually built. There has been some that, naturally form, and then they say, hey, let's put a bridge across and go to that island. But that's one of the areas that we're keeping a key eye on. The logs that were mentioned as far as floating down, that's one of the big concerns, is get it snagged on something, and then it just starts to pick up other items out the river.
Okay, so citizens are cooperating.
Yes, they are.
Great. Any other questions? Councilor Whipple.
Yeah, so my concern is about people who've been camping along the river. Have you been able to locate all those people and help them relocate to a safer location?
So we haven't addressed that, and it's obviously a question that we need to address in the very near future. And one thing that I did not mention, so we've been meeting with a number of departments. Again, our police department, fire department have been key partners in this. Our parks have been meeting. We started in February meeting on a weekly basis. Last week, we switched to a daily basis. So we meet at 8:30 every single morning and just give a quick update to everybody. So we'll address that question. It's probably one of the things that we'll ask one of those other departments to be able to go up and down that river and see if we can get that addressed.
Councilor Ellsworth.
Yeah, I was reading in the newspaper and talking to county employees in Salt Lake County, and the report was that the flooding last week in Salt Lake County in large part had to do with blockages in regular street gutters and just a lack of efficiency in those systems. Is that going to be a major inhibitor here? Should we be stressing this message about cleaning your gutters in front of your house?
So it's one of the things on the frequently asked question. We ask residents to do that. We have received some responses from residents where it's more than what they can clean out. It's a plug pipe or a plug inlet box. So it's one of the focuses that we've had with our public services, and actually we're asking other sections within Public Works to help. So we have the same piece of equipment in our sewer system that we use to clean those inlet boxes, and so we've actually switched one of those trucks and started helping get inlets. But if there is an inlet, we're asking people make sure it's clean. It generally, I'm a little surprised by some of the comments, because I've heard some of the same things. I'm a little surprised that an inlet or plugged inlet boxes would cause that much problem, because that's not the way I see it playing out. But we're watching it. It's not like we're ignoring that issue.
Okay. And then for the sake of the public or people listening, where would you say is kind of like the I don't want to say the hottest spots, but in my assumptions, the areas closest to the foothills would be more susceptible than areas that are far away from the river and far away from the foothills. Is that an accurate description?
So yes, I think it is, with one caveat. So one of the things that we've emphasized in the frequently asked questions is groundwater. Rising groundwater can also be a problem. And so people that have sump pumps or that have had problems with groundwater in their basements or in their crawl space, they need to make sure that those sump pumps are operational, because that is a likely source of water as well. Yes, we've tried to cover it well.
Isaac Axman.
Just thought feel like I need to just say it because it was my neighbors who had this issue. And I just have to say, you're looking out my window at 2 a.m. and seeing Public Works crews out there with their trucks doing all kinds of things. And I can show you pictures if you want to see what they did through the night. It was a heartwarming thing to see that neighborhood, which was stressed and concerned and talking with each other and trying to sort it out. And then to see this crew come in, it was remarkable. And there's some of the team here and their leader, and I just need to say thank you.
Thank you, Isaac.
And if I can add just a couple of key people, and I appreciate it, Isaac, but I think Richard Snyder, he's our streets manager. He needs to be specifically mentioned in this presentation.
There's Richard in the corner there.
Right there. He has done just a fantastic job, his crew. And by the way, I need to spell this out a little bit. You got to realize that those same people have spent a very, very long winter snow plowing. And they have switched gears very quickly, been asked to go right onto the flood watch, and there's still snow plowing on a few days, combined. So, and the day that people were out until 3 a.m. Near Isaac's home, we had sanitation volunteers come from Public Works and water also. So again, this is one of the areas that I just see Public Works step up. There's no boundaries as far as what we're assigned to do. We're gonna make sure that the job gets done. So, and thank you to everybody. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Dave, and thank you to everyone who's being part of this effort. All right. I think that is it. A closed session has not been requested. If there's no objection, we will now adjourn the Provo Municipal Council work meeting by unanimous consent. Councilors, you will want to turn on your mic and speak up if you object. All right. Thank you.
Recording.